Hello, 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 hello. How's it going there, Citrus? How's it going there, Mercury? How's it going there, FS Gamer? What are the new mechanics? Pressurization, all the, that's mainly what we're going to be working on, but the pressurization mechanics are the main new mechanics of the game, how pressure interacts with everything. Thank you there, Temple. How's it going there, CG? Good to see you, Temple. Alright, so let's start looking at some stuff. So, a couple of mechanics I want to work on here is essentially ballast tanks, and start doing that. I just want to kind of see how this pressurization stuff works, and people are looking for some tutorials, so start to get working on some of that. Alright. So, just want to test out some of these mechanics, see how they're working, see what's changed, see what needs to be done to get things to work properly. And just kind of bop around, test some different things, play with some different things, see what I want to build. Let's do that. Alright, so I'm just making a cylinder. We'll make a pressure vessel here, and I want to test out, mainly to start with, I want to do some of the, essentially ballast tanks, try to make a quick microcontroller, try to get some stuff going. I want to, people have been asking for some tutorials, so try to get some of that moving. Need to be this big, but I am making it this big. Alright, so there's a pressure vessel. And I'm going to fill it with water to start with. It's going to end up going in the ocean, but easier to just work it in here. So there's a fluid spawner. Alright. There's salt. There's a meter. Alright, good. Alright, let's put a purge on this. So I've been kind of looking at what I've been putting on Creation Showcase. Been working on a tractor. The tractor came out to be really nice. I liked that, and the so we're not going to want to purge that out to start with. Let's see. That'll be our. We can water purge off that. Let's see. Are we odd? Let's see. The length. We are currently odd. Beautiful. All right. So right there. All right. So we're gonna try to be using. Let's see. Yeah, that worked fine. All right. So we're gonna test out what one fluid port looks like. And so we shouldn't actually care about if it's ambient or not. This actually could be really simple to do, so let's play with this. Yeah, let's play with this. Alright, so let's try a very simple ballast system. So essentially we're going to go just ambient porting on it. And then we're going to use forced air to empty it. We'll try that. So let's go. I don't know how much air we need in this volume to completely push it out, so we're gonna we'll run some mediums here. It may end up being overkill, it may end up being underkill, we will see. Alright, so we're gonna build a system in here. Alright. And let's go T that. Alright, so essentially what it's going to do is there's going to be water in this, and right now it's just going to flow in. And this will keep the pumps down a minimum, the electrical usage down to a minimum, and we'll see if we can just do it with ambient flooding, and if we can do it with essentially replacing the volume. So that's going to be cut anyways, but we'll just go ahead and if we do a... right here, a liquid relief valve, that only allows liquid through. And so we're going to do that for only allowing liquid through. Like so. Alright. And then what we do on this side is take off symmetry. One of these is going to pump... we need to pump the air in, and we need to blow... the air can just equalize out, essentially. So we will do a valve. And so the valve is going to be for equalizing. Because... pretty much we're going to get it to ambient anyway. And then we need a gas relief valve. And a fluid port. And so that will just prevent water from going in those tanks. I don't know if it even can. And then we need a pump. And so this pump here, the small pump here, it can only go up to, I forget how many atmospheres, like 10. Unless things have changed, which they could have. They've been doing a lot of changes, so we're going to have to probably go large on this one. So, let's see. So we want to pump in. Alright, let's try to orient this. Alright, that is good. Alright. And so we want to make sure we're only pumping in liquid on this one. And that's good. All right. So that's going to pump the... that's not supposed to be... That's air. This is supposed to be gas. Let's just double check it. Gas relief valve. I'm pretty sure this was gas relief valve as well, but I'm just going to delete it and put a new one in, make sure it is. And the other ones here are supposed to be liquids. I think they are, but we'll just... Takes me all of 2 seconds to fix them. Alright. And so this will pump back into the system. I was going to double up the system. I may still do. We'll see if I have space. It's kind of... We're tight on space at the moment, but we'll try it like this. Alright, and so this should work, hopefully. And we will test it. Alright, so let's get a quick... let's see. We want... I'll put them on top. I had one already, but I'll put it on top so I don't have to necessarily swim down. No, that's not going to go there, is it? What did I put in here? This one is a liquid meter, and let's just put a gas meter right above it. Gas meter. Right, there we go. I think we're pretty good here. All right, so let's just do a... Alright, toggle button. We'll do 2 of them here. Alright, this one's going to be pump. And this one's going to be valve. Alright, let's hook up the pump to pump, the valve to valve. There. And valve here. Alright, good. Let's go ahead and we'll save that. Ballast tank test. Alright, let's go ahead and plop this in the drinky poops. spawn that. So that should be full of seawater and it should sink to the bottom. As we can see, it did. Go inside. That's why I made it so big, so we can get in there. Alright, so we're inside. We have a ballast tank full of water. Alright. And we're going to go ahead and we will... No, just testing the new mechanics from the pressure update. They finally stopped, you know, changing values, so that's why. Alright, so we're going to open the valve. That should start to fill that with air, which should push the water out. So we're going to check the flow rate on this. As you can see, it's pushing out water. And we're going to check the liquid meter. Alright, so it's going slow, so likely we're going to have to pump out as well. Let's see, so we're filling up with air. Let's see the tanks. Those tanks might just be too small. Let's see, what are we looking at here on inside the tanks? Okay, so we're down 14 atmospheres, so that's definitely not going to be enough to fill it. Alright, so we need more tanks to push the water out. Alright, so let's, I want to check something really quickly before we do that. Try to make the simplest system that's like the least to plummet and cost-wise. So gas meter is going to be, we're talking about 20, we're at, we'll just do it off oxygen, 2,700. And then we have seawater's 13.5, so 13.5 seawater. If we open up the valve, it should start be trading that with air. So 13.5, swimming sucks, let's see. Okay, so it is working. It is pushing it out, it's just slow, so we're going to probably need a bigger air tank, which doesn't really surprise me. Alright. So let's go. We're going to need a bigger air tank in here. Because essentially we need to replace all that water with air. So. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and I'm going to stick a huge in here. And that's not going to really work too well there. We'll just try this like that. For now. Alright, we'll put a T on here. And valve should work fine. The air pressure should be enough to overcome. So we need more volume of air to make this work. Let's see which one is pump. Pump is on the left. Okay, pump. Valve. Alright, so now it's going to try to equalize out the gas pressure too, which is current, or some of there's gas pressure in there already because of the way it spawns air in, so it's going to take a second for it to come out. Let's go ahead and we'll open the valve. Alright, so the liquid should start coming out. If I can float properly. So you see it's pushing the liquid out. Wow, I don't know why no clip is so pushy right now. This tank is starting to decrease in atmosphere. So we'll give it a second. It's going to take a minute. Oh, that's super annoying. Sit there and wait there, guy. So I'm probably going to let this kind of cook for a minute, and I'll come back to it. So I did do blowout tanks before. We'll probably have to do blowout tanks. So I'm curious. I know these fluid ports can take quite a bit in and out now. They up them, so I can't sit still in this water column, which is annoying. so let's do this for now. See if it's a issue with this. Trying to get this flow rate up. Read chat in a second. Grab all the ports too, but I did not. Alright, so we'll see if we can get a faster outflow if we put on more porting. As we could do a blowout door. I did that before when we were doing early testing with this, but you know, again, they went through and they made a lot of changes, so I want to see what the changes look like. You know, one reason I wasn't making tutorials was they were going to be outdated very quickly, so it was it's better to wait. Alright, so let's see. Alright, so that's passively gonna exchange. But we have 10,000 liters of seawater in there. Let's open the valve. So let's see. Alright, that is moving much faster now. So it was a fluid port issue. So the fluid ports were you know, slowing it out, and there we go. Alright, so likely it was just a porting issue, but this makes it super simple to make a ballast tank. You don't have to, like, you notice I'm not pumping out, so I have one pump, because a lot of people I think are going to run into issues with electricity. They have to produce a lot of electricity, and if your submarine is running, say, on batteries when it's underwater, you're now having to run all your pumps, and you're quickly eating up your electricity. So by doing it this way, this will allow you to hopefully not need to utilize too much electricity. So the air, so this is how ballast tanks work IRL, or submarine ballast tanks. Let's put it that way. You know, regular ship ballast tanks, the ship's at the surface. It's not really fighting water pressure, but the air that was in this tank at high pressure has now expanded. It has decreased pressure and increased volume, and that has allowed the water to be pushed out of all these ports. Alright, so that is pretty simple mechanics there. And if we shut up... Oh, stop floating like an asshole here and just sit still for a second, guys. And let's put the pump on. So the pump is going to start to take the air out of this room. And so you see the pump is pulling... you know, you'll notice the liters per second will go down. As the tank pressure increases, the pump has to work harder and harder. That's normal. Is the tank is currently pumping 1-to-1. The room and the pressure in the room is equal to the tank, so the pump can work at its normal rate. As soon as this tank starts to become pressurized, it's trying to fight the air coming in. It's like holding the door shut. So the air in the tank is trying to push the door shut. And so before, the door was wide open when the pressures were equal. And so because the doors were open, of course, the air could go from room to room. Now, as the air pressure builds up in the tank, it's like the air in the tank is trying to push the door shut. It's holding the door shut. The pump can push the door open, say, at first, 90%. As the pressure builds and builds, now the door's at 80%, 70%, 60%. You know, all the way down to eventually when the door is closed by the pressure inside, and the pump can no longer overcome the force that's closing the door. And that is the hard limit the devs have set, which is 60 atmospheres now. But you'll notice that this will start to go lower and lower. It's as it's harder and harder for the pump to you know, fight against the pressure in the tank. So if we think about how the water isn't really pressurized. In game, they said that the liquids were pressurized now a little bit to help with shock, essentially. But what's happening is outside of the tank, we have all of this atmosphere in the world, and it's pushing down on this liquid. And so because the atmosphere is pushing down on this liquid, the weight of all the air is pushing down on the liquid, it's trying to go to the area of lower equal volume. so or low or equal pressure. So currently in the vessel here, in the pressure vessel, I should put a barometer on here, but can't really check the pressures. But the pressure inside the tank is more than the atmospheric pressure, and so therefore the water can't come in because the pressure inside the tank is greater than the air pressure. Once the pressure inside the tank is either equal or less than outside, that's going to allow the water to start to flow in. And so this is how you can have just ports and the water can't come in because the air is keeping it from coming in. Now, if we look, we're starting to get water to come in. So the air pressure in this tank is now low enough that the water can start to intrude. And so this is going to be a really, this is a super simple, so as you can see, I have 2 buttons. And this makes this ballast tank work. And you see it was actually pretty rapid. So it looks like the limiting factor is how much the fluid ports can expel at a certain given time. So as you can see with 2, it was very, very slow. With this many, it's fast. So one thing you could do is to balance your ballast tank. Say you don't want to have your sub just shoot to the surface. You want it to slowly rise. Well, maybe you put in 5 fluid ports. Okay, it's still rising too fast. All right, we'll put in 4. Okay, now it's rising perfect, or okay, I want it to rise a little faster. We'll go back to 5, and so that will make it pretty simple system. As you can see, all I need is the 1 pump. All right, notice the large fluid pump, we're at 390, something like that. We're down to 22 liters per second. Again, like I said, this is now having to fight the pressure inside. The pressure is up to 19 atmospheres. So this pump is trying to fight 19 atmospheres worth of pressure. And so because of that, it can't put much fluid in there. It's, again, the pressure inside the tank's holding the door shut. And the pump is trying to keep, every time it tries to get some air in there, it has to push the door open to let a couple molecules of air out. Or into the tank from outside. Let's read some chat. Yeah, they said that you're going to need to do that months before the update, FS. That was a planned thing, that you have to put in pressure relief valves. Yeah, it could be workshop updates there, FS. Oh, I have yet to use the pom-pom hat. I forgot. Okay, so if we look really quick, there's our water. The water was coming in the whole time. We saw this, the particles. It just, it hits a certain level where it starts to animate and show in there. But so now we're filling this up. So if we wanted to sink faster, here we go. And we're sinking. And there's our ballast tank. So if we wanted to go faster, we need to pack the air in faster. And so the way to do that is with more pumps. And so let's go ahead and play with this a little bit. All right, so let's say we want to pack this air in a little bit faster. Try to see the best way to do this. Let's go. Stuck on the wall. There we go. All right. Now I'm gonna put barometers on here, because it's easiest to explain this when you have differential pressure. This is another nice thing that when they added the pressure update was these fluid ports. As you can see, I can put something right in front of them. The old fluid ports, you can't put something in front of them. So this is really nice for the compact nature of it. The ability to put something right in front of it's nice. It's a good. That was a good thing they did there. All right, let's go ahead and put one there. Now put one. Okay? Am I off one? What the hell's going on here? Why is that? Is this one not symmetrical? What's going on here? It's not symmetrical. It is. Is that not fitting? What's hitting? What is it hitting? Oh, I did. I took it off. Okay, that's fine. We'll take that one port off. I was like, what the hell's going on here? We don't need that port anyway, so we'll take it off. Alright, so we're going to double up the pumping, and then that should increase our rate that we can fill this. So if we want to sink faster, we're going to add pumps, it looks like. All right, so that is pump right there. All right. And I'll put some barometers in here. All right, so we'll stick a barometer right in here so we can read it. And we'll stick a barometer right here so we can read it. All right, and I'll spawn the tank again. All right, so it's full of water. So, of course, it's at the bottom. The barometric pressure here is reading at 1 atmosphere. All right, so, you know, we do have water pressure pushing down, but the air pressure is pushing down at 1 atmosphere. 1 atmosphere is at sea level. We go in here, there might be, let's see if it's pressurized a little bit. So in here we have, we're about, yep, it is pressurized a little bit. 2 atmospheres in here. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna go operate the valve. The air pressure should be increasing here, which is pushing the water out, as you can see. It's just pushing right through the valves. And there we go. We rocket to the surface. And we're on the surface. All right, there's our submarine. All right, we'll go ahead and... So all this is doing is I'm not pumping into the room. I don't need to. If we look, the atmospheric pressure in the tank was at 60. It's currently at 13. The atmospheric pressure in this room is only 2.3. So what's in the tank is more than what's in the room. All right. And let's see. And the reason I have these liquid relief valves there is so that the air cannot escape. So it's only letting water out. It's not allowing air out. Right. Now we're going to close the valve, and we're going to turn the pumps on. As you can see, we're starting, that's about 500 liters per second total, so we're pumping more quickly than we were last time. We were at like 390, so we're up around 500 liters per second now. So not quite double, which makes sense because the pipe is the limiting factor. So the pipe is going to limit how fast that can go through, so we can't quite reach double, but we're, you know, we're doing pretty well here. So the barometric pressure in the room, let's see, is that really changing? Should be going down. If this is increasing, the room has to go down. It might just be the way the barometer reads it. It's not really accurate in here. It's going down. It's just, you notice it's at, you can see the lower decimals going down. So as this pressure increases in the tank, we're taking the air back out of this room and storing it in the tank. This is how it works on submarines, is they store their air, you know, because you'd have to have an umbilical up to the surface, and then the water would crush the umbilical, and so you wouldn't be able to pump any air through. So using doors to rapidly sink it won't work? It will work. Yeah, I did that already. I did that in a previous video. Doors will work. I can show you a door. The problem with the door is you lose your air pressure. So it's a different type of system. If you open the door, you can do it in a moon doorway. I showed that. I'll bring out the other example. I did that like the day of the release of the that the DLC was released. I think I did that video, or the day after. Let me just keep reading. Reading some chat. Yeah, I answered Big Man's question. Just the new pressure mechanics. Again, some people were really chomping at the bit, playing with this stuff right off the bat, and then the devs kept changing it again because, you know, I think people should consider that period as that was beta testing for the update. I think they should have just had a beta test and done it that way. But of course, hindsight 2020, you know. So, but as far as I was concerned, that was the beta test period, and so there's no point in kind of testing some of these out and trying to come up with new systems until that test period's done. You know, because you don't know how the mechanics are going to swing out. Now we kind of know. I think things are pretty in a lockdown state now. How much money should I put back, considering I just started playing enough to spawn a second boat? I don't know. It's up to you. Yes, more liquid ports allows faster evacuation because the fluid port has a max limit. And so only so much can go through each port. If you notice, we have 33, 33, 33, 36, 36. They're all taking in water at pretty similar rates, as you can see. And all we're doing is we're multiplying. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's 18. 18 times 35. 18 times 35. 630 liters per second is coming in right now. So let's see where are we at. Valve is false. That's good. Where's my liquid meter? What is going on with this now? Do we have a leak? No, it's working. It's just... eventually what's going to happen is if you... The barometer is kind of confusing me outside. This one barometer isn't really reading correctly as far as I'm concerned. Valve is closed, yep. So we're pumping there. We're currently at 40 atmospheres. 60 is max. So we'll see when these start letting water in. You know, the problem is if you tried opening a door right now, let's say you had an electric sliding door and you open that door, if the atmospheric pressure in the room is higher, one, you're going to lose all your air. So then when you get down at a low, you know, say you're, 300 meters underwater, you don't have any air to blow your ballast tanks, and you're never coming up. And so that's why I use a system like this to store the air so that it doesn't become a problem. So just let this cook for a minute and let it, there we go. It's just me coming out of it, just bouncing. I thought the other one was taking in water by this point, so I'm curious what's going on. If the barometer is to be trusted in there, we should be taking in water. It shows we're taking in water, but it was the liquid gauge was not showing correctly, so let's see. It could be because the liquid ports are not low enough in the water. Let's play with that. That could be a problem as well. So what do we have? We have 9 here, so let's do this. 5, okay. Let's go like this. Yeah, they're gonna attack if I do that. Let's just build them. Let's put some more in here. I just want to make sure that they're because the way it's floating, these ports may not be in the water enough to actually work. So. I hope symmetry's on. It is beautiful. Right. Liquid. All right, and then fluid ports here. So I'm just gonna add more fluid ports to help speed this up for testing. All right. Alright, so we are now on the bottom. We're going to open the valve. Now, if you want this to also rise slower, you put a variable valve on there. So instead, right now what I'm doing is I'm just slamming the valve open. So it's letting all 60 atmospheres quickly come out and fill the room, pushing all the water out. So if you wanted to do like an emergency ballast blow, like a submarine, that's what you do. If you want to come up slowly, you open the valve, you just crack the valve, and it will slowly push the water out. And then you can stop the valve, and that will make it so that you can change your depth. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and I'm going to shut off the valve. There's no point in me keep filling this room. It's just going to take longer to pump. Alright, so we have 9 atmospheres left in there. This is confusing me. It's like we're leaking. It's like we're leaking air, and we should... Oh, this is why, right here. Okay, I screwed up this side. That's why we're leaking air. No wonder. Alright, I didn't notice that. I screwed this side up here. This whole side screwed up. That would be why. I was wondering why. It's leaking air out. That's why I was confused, because I had a copy error. The atmosphere should have been building in the tank, and they were equalizing. So it seemed like there was a leak, and there was. All right. So there was a leak. That fixes it. All right, good. So I figured that problem out. So it sinks to the bottom like a brick. We then open our valve, and it's gonna let this shoot to the surface like a mother. Did I just screw something up again? Let me look. Nope. Ah, fuck off. I hate it when it does that. I get stuck in there. There it comes. Alright, so it's coming up to the surface. Let's go ahead and shut that valve. Alright. So valve's shut now, so we are floating. Still have some water in there, which is fine. I could have pushed all the water out, but keep a little in there. Alright, so we'll start to pump. Okay, so here, before I pump. So that was the issue, is these valves only let water out, so I screwed that up with, it was a copy error. And the copy error caused it so that the air could escape. The whole point is the air needs to stay pressurized in this room. You notice we're at 10 atmosphere. I'm concerned why that is going down. We're still leaking somewhere, so I may have screwed one up somewhere else too. Alright, let's quickly fill this up. And alright, so we're going to start pumping the air back into this room. So the pressure should be going down as we pump into that room. So you see the pressure is going down because the air from this room is going in there. Yeah, the moon pool video is what I was talking about. You can essentially use the moon pool video as a way to make ballast tanks. You know, but this is pretty rapid, you know. And you don't lose any of your air doing this. Alright, so as you can see, we're already up to 48 atmospheres in here, in the tank. And then the atmospheres are going down here. The lower this atmospheres go down, you notice we only have 1.7 liters per second of water coming in here. And that's because the atmospheric pressure outside is 1. The atmospheric pressure inside is 2.3. So the air is, again, it's the same thing. It's the air is pushing against the door, not letting the water in. And then on the outside, it's not pushing very hard because it's at a 1. So as this gets closer and closer to 1, we should start taking in water here. And if we can get below 1, that will help even more. Because if we're below 1. Okay. There we go. Starting to get water flow in. And these aren't going because this is where the water is. So these are up in the air right now. That's why. So you notice we started getting the particles when we went below 1 atmosphere. Makes sense. Again, the atmospheric pressure inside is preventing the water from coming in. Once it goes below 1 atmosphere, the atmospheric pressure outside being 1 is greater, and it starts to let the water come in. All right, if we look at our liquid meter, you see that we're rapidly filling with water. And so the nice thing with these valves that they added, these relief valves, that allows us not to have to manually turn any valves. So that's nice too. You know, this helps keep the electricity usage down, especially submarines. You're going to run into this issue. If you're doing like an old diesel electric type of sub where you are having to, you know, essentially use battery charge when you're underwater, you really don't want to have a lot of things like pumps and valves. You want to try to keep that to a minimum. Alright, so we're starting, you see we're bobbing a little bit more. We're bobbing more as the The water's starting to fill that in there because this is heavier over here. The tank and pumps are heavier, so this side's always going to sink first. Also, the air weighs something. That's something a lot of people have kind of gotten wrong, is the air weighs something in here. You know, think of it as marbles. Air is marbles, and they weigh something. You know, liquids are marbles, and they weigh something. And so all those marbles are down in this tank now, and that side's going to sink first. And so as long as this atmospheric pressure is lower than the outside, which I don't know why it's... Oh, you know what it's doing now? What it's doing now is so you see the barometric pressure going up. What's happening is as the water flows in, there's still air left in this room. And the air left in this room is coming up, and it's compressing in here. And what that's going to do is that's going to have a stopping force on there. You notice we'll keep building atmospheric pressure. What this is doing is this is a water pump. So essentially what's happening is the water coming into the vessel is compressing the air in here, which is acting like a water compressor. So that's why the room is repressurizing. So that's correct. You'll notice the volume of gas is really not changing. What's happening is the pressure of the gas is changing. The liquid volume is increasing. So the liquid, these should start to slow down, at which they are. So these mechanics are all pretty realistic. You notice the liters per second is going down because, again, as atmospheric pressure increases, there's something more to fight over. So the water wants to come in, and the air is like, nope, 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 can't come in. So you'll notice this liter per second will go down more and more and more. All right, so what we can do is this. Is we can come over here to our air tank. We shouldn't need all of this air. So let's go to 50% in the air tank. So the air tank is filled 50%. So now what's going to happen is we should be able to, that should be hopefully enough air to fill the volume, push the water out. All we need is greater than 1 atmosphere to push the water out. And then that will give us extra space in the tank to be able to keep that atmospheric pressure below 1. So we'll open the valve. The air is now escaping into the room, pushing the water out. We can see here that it's pushing water out through each port. Go inside really quick if I can do it without... There we go. I could try to do it before it rose, but okay. So the air pressure has pushed the water out, causing us to rise. Okay. Let's get in this room here. All right, so remember, barometric pressure outside is 1. Barometric pressure inside now is 6 and change. All right, so we're going to go ahead and close the valve. Okay. So looks like we have a leak somewhere. I have to check all my connections here, make sure I'm not leaking air somewhere. All right, next thing we want to do is we're going to go ahead and we'll start to pump. Now, the tank only started at 50%, so what that should do is it should allow us to get more of the air in the room inside. And so hopefully we can stay at or below 1 atmosphere inside the tank. That should make it so that we can fill with water faster. Now 57,000 thumbs up, I'll take that, Citrus. Yeah, what do you call it? TikTok has been glitching out. TikTok is showing 0 views on a bunch of my latest videos, which is weird. That's what's really been glitching and being obnoxious. Alright, so we're pumping back into the tank now. So we started the tank at 50% volume. So it was at a lower atmosphere, so the air came out of the tank with less pressure, but we have more space to pack the air that was in this room in. Because remember, this room starts with some air in it. And so that air needs to go somewhere, and we want to put it in the tank. Ideally, we would like to put a vacuum in this room, and so that there's 0 air in here and it only fills with water. So as you can see, our pressure in here is still at 1.7. It's still greater than the outside pressure. So water should not be coming in, or unlikely to come in. It might, you notice we're getting like 1 liter, 0.01 liter at most in, because the pressure inside is now, it was greater than outside. Now the pressure inside the tank is less than the pressure outside the tank, and look what the water's doing. Here comes the water. You know, so once we have less pressure in the tank, pretty basic pressurization mechanics. Things of higher pressure want to move to areas of lower pressure. So areas of high pressure want to move to areas of low pressure. That's your delta P, or change in pressure. And so you notice our barometer, we're down to 0.8. So we're half the atmospheric pressure inside the tank that we have outside the tank, and that's allowing that water to come in now. And the higher the atmospheric pressure inside the tank, the faster we're going to push that water out as well. Again, changes in pressure. The greater the pressure differential, the faster you'll get the transfer. So mechanics are working like they should, which is good. And you see water pouring in. Yep, yeah. How's it going there, Basilicious? I enjoyed your landing gear panel. It was cool. At some point, I'd like to see some sort of space, indicators. Plugging it into your gauges, it worked pretty well. All I did was I sent you the message there. It instantly changes over from, from regular altitude right into space altitude, which worked pretty cool. So the gauge, one gauge I would really like to see you make is what we really need to do. I'm trying to think of the way to explain it. Let me just finish this mechanic up here. So let's look at the atmospheric pressure. So notice it is rising. Again, that makes sense. As the water comes in, there is air where I'm standing. All this non-water area here is air. As the water comes up, it's pushing the air. Think of it again as marbles. The water, all the marbles are touching each other. Up here, the marbles are spaced out. As the water comes up, the marbles get closer and closer and closer and closer together. That is pressure. Now, as you notice, we're greater than 1 atmosphere inside the tank. As we get more than 1 atmosphere, look at what's happening to the liquid. The liquid is starting to struggle to come in because the atmospheric pressure outside is only 1. That atmospheric pressure is what's pushing the water inside of our tank. As this pressure now becomes greater than outside, notice, now the water is at equilibrium. The water will not come in, the water will not go out. It's gonna push out a little bit, but eventually it will equalize. And so now we're gonna have an air bubble in here. So this is like, it's like any time you pour a liquid in a bottle and you cap it off, you're going to have a bubble in there unless you pour it all the way to the top. And so what we could do is we could do a pressure relief on this, or we just leave a little air in there. It doesn't matter. That air is not hurting us, as you can see. Our tank is still at the bottom of the sea. Our submarine is still at the bottom of the sea. It doesn't really matter. We don't need perfection. That's one thing is, you could spend, 90%, 90% of the time can be spent trying to reach that last 10% of perfection. It's better, spend your time getting to 90% and then you're happy with that. Now, we could fix that. I could keep decreasing how much pressure is in that tank to start with. Or not really pressure, volume, which is pressure to a certain extent. There goes the tank. Beautiful. All right, so that's working well. So that's I'll be able to do a tutorial on this and have it work pretty well. So does that make sense to everybody, how the pressure works? Let me quickly, I'll bring up a paint and go through some of the mechanics on it. So we'll do a little theory on it. Theory always helps to kind of solidify what's going on. So you know, it's pretty simple how this stuff is working. Let's go ahead. We'll take a rectangle. So there's that's too big. All right, so there's our tank. All right. Yeah, let me get a line going here. All right. All right, so there's our tank and our water. All right. Outside here, we have air, and so the air is pushing everywhere. And so the air pressure is coming down. And the air pressure is all around, and it's pushing on this water. So the air weighs something. So if you took a column of air, whatever the air weighs, it's pushing down on this. And so that's what 1 atmosphere is. It's what, at sea level, what we feel is 1 atmosphere, or 14 something psi. And so that's pushing down the water. So the water is pressurized by the air. All right. Now, that'll work. If the pressure inside of this tank is greater than outside, the water's not coming in. All right, so this wasn't really helpful. Let's do this really quick. Let's do this. I'm going to clear out this tank. We'll make it... I think a better way to do this. Let's go down the background layer, and then... There we go. All right, that'll work. All right, so that's our tank. Now, with this is a vacuum. There's literally, a vacuum is nothing. That's the definition of a vacuum, nothing. So there's nothing in this tank, all right? So because there is nothing in this tank, currently what's happening is the air pressure is greater than the air pressure is in here. All right, so the air pressure in this tank is less than the air pressure outside of the tank. So no water is going to come in, all right? What we need to do in order... no, sorry. The water wants to come in. My God, my brain. Because the air pressure is greater outside than inside the tank, the water wants to come in. And so all we need to do is give it a pathway. So like you saw, I had it where there was no valves. It just comes in. And so that's an easy way. You could also valve it where you put valves on there and you have to open the valves to let the water in. All right. So then what you want to do is, so the water is going to come in the tank. Now, how do you prevent the water from coming in that tank? Well, what you need is to have the air pressure outside to be less than the air pressure inside. So this air pressure inside needs to be greater than the air pressure outside. All right, that's pretty simple how you get it so that the water will leave or cannot enter the tank. All right, so let's do something real quick. Do that. Let's do... So currently in this example... The air pressure is now going to be less than inside the tank. The tank's air pressure is greater, right? So the water cannot come in this tank in this situation. So to represent air, we'll go ahead and we will do... Let's see. We're going to do a high pressure air. So we'll say we're at 75, and air is... what color? We'll do air as this color. You suck. Where is it? Right there, layer 2. All right, so air is this. If we zoom in, you'll notice this is the air. It's highly pressurized. All the blue is air molecules. The white is vacuum. So vacuum's nothing. So there's a tiny, tiny little gaps between the air. And so because the air pressure is greater, which I'm glad I used blue for the plus symbol, but because the air pressure is greater, let's fix this. All right, because the air pressure is greater inside of the tank, the water cannot get in. All right, so if we want the water to get in, we need the air pressure outside to be greater. All right, so we'll quickly change that up. All right, so now the air pressure is greater than the air pressure in here. All right. And so because of that, the water wants to come in the tank. And so what we'll do here is, if I can remember which layer we're on, I think it is background layer, background layer. Nope, it's not background layer. It's this layer. All right. So now what we want to do is, before we had the air pressure, it was at like, what do I have it at? Like 75%. So now let's say we bring the air pressure down to 5%. Again, we're putting that air in the tank. So you'll notice. So if you notice here, the blue again is air molecules. The white is vacuum. So there are very few air molecules now. So that pressure is now less. The water can now come in. All right, so to talk about like what was happening is, as the water goes in, though, all these little dots have to go somewhere. These dots cannot just disappear. They have to go somewhere. So what was happening is, when I was filling this tank, let's go ahead and we will delete that out, and I will go ahead and delete this out. All right, so when I was filling this tank, what was happening was, at first the air pressure in the top was less. As the water comes up, we get a situation here where, oh, you suck. Let's go like this. Can I click on the right color to save my life? There we go. All right. Oh my god. I'll figure this out eventually here. I have to change like 20 things as I go. All right. So what was happening is, as the water was filling in there, we were getting solid liquid. Liquid is a solid. So we take a solid, we go ahead, and we were putting liquid in the tank. All right. Oh, you fucking suck. I don't know why I just filled the whole thing. Good Christ, man. Why is this being a pain in the ass today? I just put a line across it to seal the volume, and it doesn't want to seal the volume. All right, I'm going to abandon this in a second here if it keeps pissing me off. There we go. I have way too many layers as part of the problem here. Oh my god, what layer am I on? There we go. I have like 3 layers going. All right, so there we go, finally. So the water came in. Now, all that air had to go somewhere. So before, the entire cylinder was full of that air at, what did I have it at? 5%, right? So let's say this is 1/3 of the volume. So this section here is 1/3 of the whole tank, right? So we go to like 15. So we don't have 15. Oh, fuck you. We have 20. All right, so let's go to, let's just go to 20. So we'll say it's a 1/5. All right, so that's 1/5. All right, so the air is now 1/5 in there. And so this is what it looks like. So before, these molecules were 5 times as spread out. Now they're 5 times closer. As that water came up, those little dots don't disappear. They have to go somewhere. And so they just compact. And that's all pressurization is pushing the dots closer together. And eventually, what's going to happen is, when you push all those dots together, all right, let's go layer 3. I'm going to call it my layer so I don't screw this up and delete stuff I don't want to. All right, so now that this is compressed, now what's going to happen is, you're eventually going to get to a point where you're equal pressure out here and equal pressure out there. And so once you reach this part, the water can easily pass through back and forth, but it's never going to increase this area. And so one way you could get rid of this if you wanted is, right now they're equalized. So what you could do is, you could have a pump that would pump more of this air out. Or what you can do is, we'll go back to the game. Let me fix this really quickly. Let me read this Discord message. Sometimes they're related to the stream. Okay, that was not related to the stream. All right, so that's why I initially changed this to 50%. So let's go down to 25%. That's giving me more space so that hopefully I can get most of that air that's getting compressed in the tank out, and I can put it in the tank. All right, so let's go over here. All right. All right, so we're going to go ahead and we're going to open the valve. It's going to leak the air into the room. There goes the water. Water can't stay in the room because the pressure now inside the room exceeds the pressure outside. When you look at the barometer, as you can see, inside the room's 4 atmospheres, outside the tank is 1 atmosphere. And once the mass of the water is you know, is low enough, the buoyancy is going to take over and we're going to rise to the surface. We're at the surface. All right, we can close our valve. If we look at our barometer, we should be about equal. It's still pushing some out. It's just slow. So it's still pushing the water out. Let's see, where's the water liquid meter? As you can see, the liquid is still getting pushed out. So we'll be patient. We'll wait till this gets around 1 atmosphere. All right, let me catch up on some chat while I'm here. All right. Okay, so what I was talking about to Basilicious was, so there's a thing in Kerbal. So essentially what you do is you have prograde, retrograde. And so prograde is the direction you're moving. Retrograde is opposite to the direction you're moving. So what would be kind of cool as a gauge is, essentially, let's say you had a screen, right? And it could look like a radar screen or whatever. But essentially it would show you where you're moving. And so Kerbal does this where it shows you where your prograde node is. And so if you want to continue moving in the direction you're moving, what you do is you aim at the prograde. And then let's say you want to slow down and you want to stop completely. And that's what's hard right now in Stormworks and space, is stopping completely. And so what you need to do is, if you turn to your retrograde, that is opposite to the direction you're turning. So you turn to your retrograde and you'd fire engines, and that would slow you down to 0. The problem is you're moving diagonally. In space, you can turn 90 degrees to your to where you're going. I'll do a diagram on that in a second. But all right, so we're pretty much equalized to where we're going to be. Let's do this test here. All right, so the tank currently has 3 atmospheres in there. The tank it has 199 liters in there. All right. So now what we're going to do is we're going to pump it. And so the barometric pressure in this room should go down. It does. The water should not really be coming in. It could come in a little bit, but likely we're not going to get much water intrusion until we get around 1 atmosphere. So there we're double the atmospheric pressure of outside, so the water can't come in. The air is preventing the water from coming in. All the marbles of the air are keeping the water out. Because again, the water outside is being pushed on by the atmosphere. So again, there we go, and bingo, there it is, right on the money. As soon as we hit sub 1 atmosphere, we start getting water in. So as soon as this equalizes, we start getting water in. Now, we're actually less. We have fewer atmospheres inside than we do outside, so the water is going to come in faster. So if we had 1 atmosphere outside, 1 atmosphere inside, it would just be like leaking. It would be like if you took a regular tank and put valves on it, it would just leak in. But once we go below, the pressure outside is actually helping to push the water in. So the outside atmosphere is acting like a pump. It's pumping the water in for us without having to waste any electricity to pump the water in. So we're using the atmospheric pressure as our pump. It's like a pressure pump. All right, so that was at, I think it was at 3 atmospheres. We're up to 16 now. So we've taken the air out of this room, increasing the atmospheric pressure in here while decreasing it in the room. All right, here comes the water animating here. Liquid should be streaming in. It is. Now, one thing we want to do is when we're doing submarines, one thing that's important is to do, I talk about this in my submarine tutorial, is to do neutral buoyancy. So submarines don't, so let's say your submarine weighs, we'll just make some numbers up here, 1 ton. And in order, and let's say your submarine has 1 ton of buoyancy. So they equal each other out. The 1 ton wants to go down to the center of the Earth. The 1 ton of buoyancy wants to counteract that 1 ton of mass, and it just sits. It will not sink in the water. It will not rise in the water. All right, now let's say you have 2 tons of buoyancy. You know, buoyancy is not measured in tons, but we're going to use it as that. Say you have 2 tons of buoyancy and you have 1 ton of mass. Well, now you have double the buoyancy, you have mass. So what's going to happen? You're going to float on the surface. All right, and let's say you have Okay, we're actually at neutral. We were at neutral for a second there. And so now let's say that you have 2 tons of, or you have 1 ton of mass and you have 0.5 tons of buoyancy, you're going to sink. And so submarines will often try to get neutral buoyancy where the two forces equal each other out, and they'll use fins to either go down or up in the water column. All right. So that was a good test. So everything's working pretty logically there. I don't see any real logical problems with that. Everything makes sense, you know. But I could see some people are going to get confused, I would bet, with this whole thing right here. As you can see, the atmosphere is rising. I think you're going to get some people like, why is the atmospheric pressure rising? Doesn't make any sense. They'll say that. It does make sense. The water is coming in this room, and it's trying to crush the air in here. And as the water keeps coming, the air has to go somewhere. It's getting more and more and more and more compact. That will increase this number. It's pushing the marbles closer and closer and closer and closer together, and that's what pressure is. And so as the water comes in and compresses this space, your atmospheric pressure is going to go up. All right. So hopefully that makes some sense. I'm going to save this. That was some good testing. Again, I'm doing a bunch of mechanic testing today. Let me read some chat. Chat's kind of rolling on. I wouldn't go with a percentage of that. Or it's the submarine. It depends. For example, like, let me find my sub-tutorial video, or my sub-tutorial example. Where is it? Stormworks. Here's the Stormworks basic submarine right here. So you can watch this this basics video there, Lonnie. So this is this probably, I'm not even gonna spawn it because it probably won't work anymore. But essentially what you want to do is you want to go to neutral buoyancy. Like, you could build subs before to neutral buoyancy. Rarely, like, a submarine is not going to want to take on more water than it has buoyancy. Why? Because it's going to crash and hit the bottom of the ocean. And you have to do a panic blow to try to stop it. The submarine should really only ever go to neutral buoyancy. Then it should use its propellers and its fins to descend. Because you really don't want that submarine to go crashing to the bottom and get destroyed. And so very rarely do you have a submarine go where where it's at negative buoyancy, where essentially the mass is greater than the buoyancy, because you'll crash into the seafloor, and you'll never come up. If let's say this happened, let's say that you had a leak in your blow tanks, or something like that, you would literally never be able to come up, and everybody dies. And so they're not going to build it like that. And so I think some people want to build it like that because they like to go down faster. Great. But it's not really practical. You'll only ever want to go to neutral buoyancy, and you can do that really quickly with it. Here, let's see. Let's see. I'll just build one. So, like, to do neutral buoyancy, you'd want to do a submarine essentially at a neutral buoyancy, where you come in like so. Oh, fucking use. There we go. Alright. We're just gonna make a square box here. So you want to build your submarine to neutral buoyancy. So essentially there's your cube. It's gonna float. It has air in there. It weighs less than its buoyant. So the buoyancy is greater than the mass. Alright, then what you want to do is, oh Jesus, why? Come on. It's bouncing. It doesn't want to grab it back. Okay. So what you want to do is you want to come in with weight blocks, and you want to do ballasting. There we go. So you want to take some weight blocks, and we'll actually do the whole plane with weight blocks. So you put weight blocks in, and before I put the weight blocks in, we were at 170, and now we're at 611. So as you can see, we weigh a hell of a lot more now. Alright, so let's put this all the way down so it doesn't bob. Alright, so you notice our mass is greater than our buoyancy. So oh my god, I really hated how they did this. Like, you know that the floor is here. Make it so that the workbench goes all the way down to the ocean floor so that we don't have to swim down to recall our vessel. Alright, so we're going to take out some weight blocks here. Alright, so now it was at 611, now it's at 395. Still sinks, okay? So we're getting close to... Oh my god, it's going to drive me nuts doing this. I hate it how it sinks to the bottom. Come on, man, just put the trigger all the way to the bottom. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and we're going to take out one block. And we're now at 386. Still sinks. Try to grab it. Oh my god, devs. Come on, man. It hadn't even reached the bottom yet, and I can't recall it without swimming down. It's just time consuming. Alright. Now we're at 368. Why can't I grab that? See, like, if you look at the workbench, the way they did it is the grab is where... The grab is right... This is the water level. As soon as it sinks below this water level, I can't recall it, which is silly. Should, like, the recall should go all the way to the bottom. But it doesn't, so... feel like I'm gonna miss it again. Alright, notice it now. Alright, so notice it's floating, but it goes under a little bit. We're close. So you want to get your submarine to neutral buoyancy. This tells you how much air you need in your... How much buoyancy you need in your sub. Let's put it that way. Let's go try 2 more and see if that works. So your submarine should... the max of your submarine should essentially be neutral buoyancy. You really shouldn't be going negative buoyancy. So we're still floating. Okay. So we want to just barely get it to not sink. We don't want it to sink. We want it to just sit and not go down and not go up. That's neutral buoyancy. So we're getting close there. It's pretty close now. Let's see, can I do... I don't want... See, I'm trying to keep it even as well. I need it to be even. Oh, let me add some. I need to add some. I was going the wrong way. Starting to confuse myself here. Okay. Alright, a little more weight. You essentially just need to add or take off weight until you get to neutral buoyancy where it neither wants to sink or rise. And that's all in that submarine tutorial. We're close. Okay. We're really close now. Let's see. 2 more. We'll do these 2. Trying to keep it balanced, too. I don't want it tipping on me. Alright, so that's still positive buoyancy. You see it still returns the top. But it took a... Okay, you suck. Pain in the ass. There we go. Now let's try 2 more. I'm trying to get them even, so I'm going to cut these. And so this is what you should be doing with your submarines. Alright, now notice it's sinking. It might be neutral now. It's close. It's still wanting to return. But it's very close now. So let's try 2 more blocks. And see if we can get this to be neutrally buoyant. But you see how, like, how particular it is. So that 1 extra block was too much. So it needs, like, 1 fewer blocks. So it needs 1 fewer blocks. Let's see. We'll go and we will cut these 2. Cut that middle one. We'll put that there, and we'll put 2 reg blocks here. Now you have to think about your player character too. If you have a tiny little submarine, your player character weighs 70. So you need to consider that as well, because you're... There we go. We're neutrally buoyant. That's neutral buoyancy. It's not sinking, it's not rising. So that's really what your submarine should be. That's sink it a little bit now. But that's really what your submarine should be. It should be around neutrally buoyant. It doesn't have to be perfect. Again, like I said, your player character weighs 70. Once I go in there, it's going to be heavier. It's going to want to sink more. But that's what you want your submarine to be, is neutrally buoyant. And the whole reason is this allows you to use a tiny little bit of fin or rudder, fin or propeller to change your altitude in the water, your height in the water column. And then all we have to do is we add a tiny little bit of water ballast in there, and now it sinks. So here's your submarine. This block is your submarine. And all we need to do is we'll put a spawner in there. And I'm just going to delete a block so that I don't add weight. Let's see, what's the weight currently is 377. So let's go. Let's check the weight. So it's still 377, and we're going to add 1% water in there. And so that's adding extra mass, and what's it do? It sinks to the bottom. So this is one thing you'll see is people won't start when they build their submarines. They won't start neutral buoyancy. 1% is not enough. And so what it does is it means you have to add a ton of water in there to get it to sink. You really don't want that. You want a little bit of positive buoyancy so that when you put your player character in there, it doesn't sink. And then you want to add just a tiny bit of water, and then the submarine wants to go down or up. So let's put 3% water in there. So this is me adding the ballast in there to get it to sink. So now you see that tiny little bit of water in there. We'll actually go in there and we'll look at how small the water is in there. So like I can't even see the water. That tiny little bit of water was enough to sink it. So it's just like an airplane. You want to balance it. You want to balance the buoyancy and the mass so that it does this. So what you would do is essentially we would actually probably want to do this. We would take off, let's say, we'll take off 4 weight blocks. And so we want a little bit of positive buoyancy. All right. And we'll do this. Instead of having this spawner here, we will go ahead and I'm going to put it on, we'll put it right here. All right, we'll take a fluid port. Yep. Take a fluid port. Take a valve. And we will take a fluid port. And so this is a real basic example of a submarine. Yeah, so now it has positive buoyancy. Remember, I took off 4 weight blocks, so it has positive buoyancy. And then in order to make your submarine work, you're going to use water as ballast, so now it's going to make the mass more than the buoyancy. And we'll just open it up a little bit. Remember, we only needed 3% of the volume needed to be water in order to make this sink. And so the pressure might be too much in that tank. I don't know what it has as atmospheric pressure. If the atmospheric pressure starts too high there, you'll notice, yeah, see, the atmospheric pressure is over 1. So what we have to do then is we put in a blowout in here. So what we do is we do a fluid port. We would do a gas. And then, so what I'm going to do here is because we start pressurized, that's something I wish the devs didn't do, but they did. So now that room is going to not be pressurized anymore. So I don't have a barometer in there, but... Alright, so it's still pressurized, so I have to fix... Okay, it's coming out. It's just slow. See, it's doing gas exchange now, so it is equalizing that room. You notice the numbers going down. That's because it's getting closer and closer. So I don't even really need a barometer to tell this. I can use this gas relief valve to tell me what's going on. Because we're getting closer and closer, so the pressure started up higher inside the cube than it was outside of the cube. So the water can't go in, just like the example I had before. And so now, as this starts to let that pressure equalize with the atmosphere, you notice that we should start to be able to get some water in there. And you notice before it was showing negative like 2.7. Now it's at -1. Eventually that will get low enough where the water can start to intrude into the volume. Notice it's getting, this liters per second is getting lower and lower. And that means that the air pressure inside the cube is equaling out to the air pressure outside the cube, which allows the water to go in. And so this is like just the basics on a submarine. I'll do a new submarine tutorial with the new mechanics because a lot of this is going to have to be done. But it looks like the devs have stopped changing some of the pressure mechanics, which is good. That way I can hopefully get some tutorials going. All right, let me read some chat here. A vacuum is nothing, period. That is a vacuum. It's a partial vacuum has pressure. As you can see, we equalize the air pressure, it's saying. Yeah, a vacuum is, by definition, nothing. Yeah, no, nobody understands quantum mechanics. Let's see, I missed... Chat jumped to me. How's it going there, Sergeant Chaos? How are you? We're doing some basics on pressure and checking the mechanics, make sure they're logical, which they are. And that way, start to do some tutorials. Eating cereal with water. 1, cereal gross. 2, with water, even grosser. Do KSP. So let's bring up the KSP vector ball here. Let me launch KSP really quick. Let me see. I'm gonna launch KSP, and it's gonna be easier to explain kind of how KSP works and what I would like to see. What would make it easier to do some of the stuff in Stormworks with that. Oh my God, Kerbal! I knew there was a reason why I hadn't launched Kerbal. Okay, it's gonna let me do it. For a second there, it looked like I was gonna have to log into the developer's website to launch my game that I bought on Steam a long time ago, but it's not making me. Yeah, having a translation indicator. I'll show you what I'm talking about in Kerbal. The Kerbal ones are very intuitive. I don't have any mods hooked up, unfortunately. There's no it depends. Depends on what you're running in your... There's a lot of factors in... there's a lot of factors in how big your ballast tanks would have to be comparatively. Let me get the music off. Okay, there we go. I'm just getting Kerbal working off screen and bring it up. Alright, there we go. Full screen. No, I don't want full screen. Alright. I'm gonna have to make a... Did I do a Kerbal one? I'm gonna make a new window for Kerbal here, guys. Bear with me. Because Kerbal, of course, that's Kerbal's job. That's like, you know, a lot of people are complaining, oh, you know, there are a bunch of people who I don't think they know what Stormworks is. And of course, you know, the game is whatever you make it. You can play it however you want. But in my opinion, the way I would say what I think, what Kerbal is what Stormworks is. Stormworks is... yes. Trying to get this window fixed here. Stormworks is a building game, first and foremost. And so I keep seeing these complaints, and I try to ignore them as much as I can, but sometimes it's a struggle, is Stormworks is a building game. And so, of course, we should not expect the space mechanics to be as complex as Kerbal. Now, there are real, like, space simulator games that are, like, ultra-realistic. Kerbal is not that. Kerbal is more gamified for good reasons. Kerbal is... I don't think I can resume any of my saves. I'm reading my save names. My sandbox game is called Sandbox with cat shit in it. I can't open any of those saves because it's gonna be If I open up one of my saves, I don't have any of the mods, and it's like old. So like Kerbal, of course, has much more complex space mechanics because that's what it's supposed to have. That's its main thing. You know, Stormworks' main thing is being a building game, and so it's, you know, that's what it's all about. So, of course, you know, it's not going to be as complex as Kerbal because it's not its job to be. The area of complexity in Stormworks is building. That is its, you know, people will say it's a search and rescue game. It's not. It's a building game. Search and rescue is a theme. It gives you something to build. And then they add more things to build. And so it's never going to be as complex as Kerbal. And it shouldn't be, and it doesn't have to be. Let me see. I'm trying to catch up on chat, too, while I'm doing this. Yeah, the trigger area is annoying. Like, they don't need to make it so that we can set our ships underwater. That's fine. What they need to do is they need to make the grab area, because unlikely is your ship going to float up into the air unless you have a glitch, but it will sink, and so it's annoying you can't grab it as soon as it gets out of that area. I have tried KSP 2. It's just very basic. Okay, let me quickly just, I'm gonna make a super fast diameter. Where's my 2.2? That's 10. Where's the diameters? It's been a while. Why are these not in order either? That's freaking annoying. I remember what they look like too. I thought I did. Let's see. I'm trying to build a real fast rocket here. Alright, where are my engines I want? I'm so used to my mods too that it's like I don't know any of the stock parts anymore. I'm trying to think. I think that was a mod that I was looking for. It's gone. Yeah, I'm definitely looking for a mod that I don't have. Alright, let's see. What? Radial separators or separators? Coupling. Does anyone know the radial button off the top of their head? Is it X, I think? I can't remember. Let's see. Like, the controls on this were always annoying to me. Okay, it's at the bottom. Let me... Kerbal's being annoying because I didn't put it in full screen, and I have a separate program that's supposed to make it full screen. So... that's CG, or that's center of gravity, center of thrust. Center of gravity, center of thrust right there. C. Okay, C, and then it's X. Okay, C and X. Can't believe I remember that. Alright, C and X. Let's go back to fuel tanks. So we'll make a liquid fuel tank. This works in... should work in... Stormworks as well for doing... They call it asparagus stage, and not really asparagus stage in IRL, but... Let's see, what do I want? Okay. There's nose cones. Aerodynamics. Nose cone. It's orange. Okay, that's fine. Alright, and then I need fuel, and then this is sideways, which should be like that. This spawns sideways. I don't know why they ever did that. So this is called asparagus stage, and you essentially go like this, and so the fuel will drain out of these. All three engines are going to burn to start with. Fuel will drain out of these first so that we can ditch them. Docking. I'm starting to remember some of these controls. Right. There's couplers. Alright. And let's see. I'm trying to remember my staging stuff. How do I stage? I can't remember. Where's my staging window? Ah, here it is. I was at the staging window. There we go. Alright, stage. Now, one, I want engines. One is, let's see, toggle engine. Toggle engine. 2 is going to be toggle clamps. Alright. 3 is going to be decouple. Alright. Let's hopefully we can spawn this. Alright. Let us see. Yeah, the bottom right's kind of blocked out on my Karl screen because you guys can't see the way I have it on my monitor here. Let me do display cap. You guys can see why I'm struggling here. That's what's going on, is the bottom is covering it because I have a program that's supposed to force things into full screen, but I didn't set this up right, so that's why it's doing what it's doing. So that's why I'm struggling to find some of the stuff at the bottom. All right, let's go ahead and throttle up. Is throttle still shift and caps? What the hell's throttle? Delta V. Shift and control. Yeah, I'm doing shift and control. Okay, there it is. Okay, I was just able to throttle up. So probably at a reasonable thrust to weight ratio. All right, let's go ahead and we'll press 1, 2. All right, I'm going to rotate 90. I'm going to do a roll and pull off a 45 here. And we want to get out of this thick atmosphere ASAP. So this is my prograde node, that green at the bottom. Alright, so those are just dead weight at the moment. And I don't have my regular view. I forget how to do half of this stuff. We're at 20. I usually have the Delta V mod. I forget what it's called. Purple Engineer. So I'm going to start powering down a little bit. I don't need to be powered up that high. You notice my my Delta V is still changing, is still increasing. So I don't need to necessarily be at full throttle here. Our meters per second is still increasing, so I don't necessarily need to be going faster. I'm going to try to get myself back on course. So this is my prograde node. That's what I want in Stormworks. Is you notice it was off this 90 line, so I went to the right to bring it back on the 90 line. All right, there we go. I'm gonna throttle down. All right, so now this is my prograde node. I can't see it because of where we're at here. I'm gonna turn on SAS prograde. All right, so the prograde is where I'm headed. And so if I wanted to completely stop, I go retrograde. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come out here. And I want to get, so this is, if I did nothing, never turn the engine on again, we're in a ballistic trajectory. We're going to go up. That's going to be the highest. That's our apoapsis. That's our high point. And then we're going to go up, and we're going to go down, and we're going to crash in the ocean right there. Now, likely we'll actually crash over here because as we get in there, the atmosphere will slow us down, and we'll aero brake. So we're going to click on this node. We're going to add a maneuver. I love it when it does that. Oh, come on. So I'm going to click on this, and I'm going to drag this so it's right on the apoapsis, and we're going to increase this and circularize it. And so we want to get these until they try to do a little flippy maneuver. That means they're close. Apoapsis is 88, that's 83. All right, next thing we want to do is I want to go to my maneuver node, which is down here. All right. And it's, we have 881 meters per second. I don't know if we have enough delta V for it. We do. We have 1,700 delta V. So we should have enough to be able to do this maneuver. And if you look, so right over here, I usually use mods for this. That's why I'm kind of struggling to find this. But you see we have 1,769 meters per second left of fuel, essentially. And we need to go 881 meters per second towards our maneuver node in order to get this circularized. So we'll start the burn soon. No, we absolutely should be able to have prograde, retrograde. Something I'm quite confident Basilisk should be able to do. What I need is I need to know. It doesn't necessarily need to be prograde, retrograde. You know, that's probably not the best way to put it. What we need to do is we need a trend vector. So we need a velocity trend vector to tell us where we're going in the x, y, and z coordinates. We need a three-dimensional. We need a three-dimensional trend vector is what I want, and that's essentially what my prograde is doing. What I need to know is when I'm leaving the Earth in Stormworks, I need to know what direction is my direction of heading. So I need a prograde. Yeah, of course, prograde's fine. I need a prograde node to show me where the craft is going. So if I'm drifting to the right, drifting to the left, because then what I want to do, if I want to cancel out my velocity, I need to go retrograde. So right now, if I wanted to cancel out all my velocities, I would go retrograde. And the ship would spin around 180 degrees, and I would stop it. This is the problem we're having I'm having in Stormworks, is without the prograde retrogrades, I can't figure out, because I'm not only going forward, but I'm also saying going 10 degrees to the left. And so I don't know where to fire my rockets in retrograde in order to stop. So let's say we're in Stormworks. We take off from the Earth. I want to go up to 350 meters, or 350 kilometers, which is geosync orbit. And I want to stop and be stationary. In order to be stationary, I need to know exactly what vector I'm going so that I can do a retro vector in order. So what I need is a trend vector telling me what vector my craft is currently going. I need to know that I'm going forward and up 10 degrees so that I can go down and down 10 degrees to completely stop my velocity. That's what I need. So that's what I'm hoping. That's what I'm hoping that Basilisk could come up with a cool gauge for. And it doesn't have to be complicated. All you really need is here, let's bring up something here. I'll kind of show like what I would need or what I would want. Like, it could be super simple. I actually kind of like 1980s super simple looking stuff. It's kind of my bag. Let's go, here. Take off Kerbal. So, like, this is kind of the gauge I was thinking would be something like this something like this Basilicious. Alright, so let's say that we have a... Basilisk comes up with better stuff than I do for the actual panel work. But so, like, say here's your 1x1 monitor, all right? So what you do is say something, for example, like you have... It could be super duper simple, and I actually kind of would like it to be super duper simple. Because, again, I want to pilot things. So let's quickly take... I'm just going to do an approximate center position here. It doesn't need to be perfect. All right, and so let's go grab a circle. And so essentially you take that. Okay. And then we do... Come on, man. I hate it when it does that stuff. Go like this. So, like, this is all I really want and need in a indicator. So, like, say, so this is what your screen would look like, something like this. Let's, we'll jazzy it up a little bit here. All right, so there's the gauge, okay? Now what I need to know is my center point here is where my craft is currently pointing. All right. And then what I would want is you have a... fuck off. So then what it essentially does is it would have a... Let's do a filled ellipse. So... Oh, you suck. There we go. All right, so you have a circle here. And the circle would tell you where your current trend vector is. So, like, say this is your trend vector, okay? So we are, even though we're pointing here, we're actually, this is where we're actually going. So we're actually going up and to the left. So if I wanted to be pointing where I'm going, what would I do? Very simple. I'd bring my nose up and to the left. And so that would essentially bring my current vector in center. So now I'm pointing at my current vector. All right. And so, like, here, let me dress this up a second. Let's add a... So this is your current positive vector there. Okay. So this would be where we're going presently. All right, so this is our current vector. So if it's up and to the left here, what I'm going to do is steer up and to the left, and that's going to bring this down. And now we're pointing at our prograde, essentially, the current vector that we're headed. All right, now, if I wanted to completely stop my craft, so this would be something else that would be cool to see, Basilicious. Let's say you have... It's going to tell me my velocity. So let's say I'm going... 178 meters per second. Okay, so I'm going 187 meters per second. All right. And this is my current velocity, or this is my current vector. This is where I'm headed, and that's my current velocity. All right, so now, how am I going to get this to... I want to stop. I want to completely stop and be stationary. So let's say you have velocity down there. So 178 velocity. And let's say you do... this really quick. Okay. Let's go. We'll add another layer. So this way I can change things. So let's say your velocity is 178. Okay, your velocity is 178. Up here you could have your altitude. It's not really altitude, but your altitude, you know, would be whatever. 350 kilometers. You know, so your altitude is 350 kilometers. So we're starting to come up on in Stormworks where we get to geosync. All right, so how would we completely stop our motion? Well, it's pretty simple. We do it the same way in Karl. What we would do is we'd start to steer away from our prograde, and it would come up and it would go away like this. All right, that would now be off screen. Okay, and so what we would do is we would... Now we need a retrograde. All right, so we now need a retrograde node. Like this. All right, so here's our retrograde node. And as we steer away from it, just like in Karl, up pops our retrograde node. So our retrograde node comes in and we center our retrograde node. Once we've centered our retrograde node, we turn on our engines. All right, so we turn on our engines. Now what's going to happen is as we turn on our engines, our velocity is going to start going down. So our velocity will go down. So let's say our velocity is, we'll split it. Our velocity is now 100. So we've lost 78 meters per second of speed. All right, now we're at 50 meters per second of speed. All right, now we're at 10 meters per second of speed. All right, and we get down to a velocity of 0, and what's going to happen is our retrograde is going to disappear, essentially. This would then disappear because we're actually not moving. So that would go, and that's gone. And so now we're at 350 kilometers of altitude, which is geosync altitude, and we have a velocity of 0. We are completely 100% stopped. And so that's what I would like to see in this. And then another feature that would be cool, I'm confident Basilisk could do it. I could never do it. But so let's say, so this is what happens in Kerbal. Let's say your prograde node is off to the right, off screen. So what you would do is you put a caret. And so you would have a caret that points to the where your prograde is. Okay, what are you doing here? Why are you not give me an arrow? What layer am I on? Okay, background layer. That would be one. Why am I not getting arrows here? I'm not getting anything. What is going on with this? Oh, I was clicked on. That's why. Okay. So then, for example, you just get a caret, and the caret would point towards the node. And so it would point that the prograde node is over there. And say our retrograde node would be a different color. Our retrograde node is over here. And so we knew that if we want to go prograde, we have to go up and to the right. So as we go up and to the right, this would start to come in. The arrow would go away as we're now on screen, and the prograde goes in. If we went to the right, as we start to go toward the retrograde node, here it comes in, and that tells us where our nodes are. And Kerbal does the same thing, essentially. It's we can see on this ball. So like right now, let's take off the retrograde lock, and that's the SAS. And so now as I go away, there's my retrograde node. And my retrograde node is now away. And we're going to come around and we'll go to the prograde node. And this is how you maneuver in three-dimensional space. You know, so that is what I would like to see in a gauge in Stormworks. So that would really help to be able to navigate. Because right now what's happening is, like, I was trying to cancel out my velocity, and I got it within like 9 meters per second, but I never knew where my velocity vector was, so I couldn't cancel my speed out, so I can't stop effectively. So having a nice gauge like that really helps. Let me read some chat. I'll do a quick maneuver in Kerbal. Let's read some chat here. So hopefully that makes sense. The Basilisk is kind of what I'm thinking. Yeah. Yeah, the, so my favorite docking, let me find it, Basilisk. Docking port alignment indicator is for, this is incredibly intuitive for Kerbal. This is the best gauge that I've found. It's really ultra intuitive. I'm trying to get a better picture of it. Here's one right here. Let me just, I'll take a quick pic here and then, it's super intuitive, and it makes it really easy in Kerbal to do this stuff. So, let's see. All right, so this is the docking port alignment indicator in Kerbal, and so it's very intuitive. In order to dock with the port here, essentially what you want to do is you want to line up your port. So this is your port. And you want to put it on the center. This cross is where you're aimed at, just like I was showing. So you have this cross, and that's you. And so what you want to do is you want to move you so that you line up with the port. So the port would come, and you want to get that port centralized. This shows the top of the port and the sides. So this shows you your roll orientation. And so right here is your roll. So right now we are rolled too much to the port side. We're too far left, so we need to roll right. This will come up and straighten up. And then what this is showing is we need to go to the right and we need to go down in order to get on target. So what we would do is, this here is our trend vector. We would thrust RCS to the right, and that would then start bringing us towards the port. And then we would slowly decrease that, and once this line is aligned with this line, and once this line is aligned with this line, we are lined up at the port. And then we go to the distance. We're 71 meters away. Once these two green lines are lined up and the roll is aligned, we're now aligned with our docking port perfectly, and we just need to thrust in 71.6 meters, and that will get us right onto the docking port. So this is a super Cool mod. That makes docking a breeze in Kerbal. Let's read some chat. I got a lot of chat to read here. Yeah, I don't like even really want a ball indicator. Like that screen that I just showed, that's kind of like my speed. That's like, I like an old school, like, it adds some pilotage to it. It makes it so you have to do it. And so it's like the rings kind of give you a little bit of ranging. It shows you some trend, but really all I need is I need a ball that shows the prograde. Where am I going? Retrograde, which would just be opposite to that. So like if you think of the way it works in Stormworks, we have our X, Y, and Z coordinates in space. So essentially you could find your X, Y, and Z coordinates would be your prograde, essentially. Where am I headed out to infinity? Your retrograde, where am I heading away from out to infinity? So it's essentially, what would it be? I'm trying to think. It would be your, what was it? Your A-tan-2? Yeah, so it should be your A-tan-2 would be your prograde, and then it would be the opposite of your A-tan-2 would be your retrograde. And that would allow you to turn to your A-tan-2 angle and continue to thrust that way, or you could turn to your negative A-tan-2, and if you thrusted there, you would stop, essentially. So like, I don't have anything to dock with, frankly. That's the problem here. But yeah, so like that would, and then, yeah, so I think that would be helpful. That would be really helpful to have just like a simple gauge like that in game. Oh, okay. Yeah, so yeah, so like Kerbal, that does it really well. It makes it easy for me to change. Like, say I want to change my orbit, right? So to change my orbit in Kerbal, what I could do is let's take off SAS and let's go up. Let's say I want to go more polar towards the North Pole. So we can start to thrust up. And you'll notice if I thrust up, it started to bring it up, but it's starting to also bring it out because I'm at, what was that, a 20-degree angle. If I go completely polar with it, there's my, I forget what that node's called. Let me look. That would be my, it's not normal, anti-normal. What is it? That's, it's not that. I'm trying to think, what is that? I'm trying to think which node this is. Okay, that is it. I can't see what the label is on it. My, what does it say? Radial out. Radial out and in, that's what it's called. So my radial out is polar. So now I'm putting it perfectly vertical. And so that should really start to push my orbit polar. You know, so it's starting to raise it. You know, so stuff like that, you know, we don't need that in Stormworks. We're not really working in that many dimensions in Stormworks, but what we really need is the ability to stop. Because Kerbal being more simple, like with this, you could see I did an orbit in this. I had to prograde, then I had to circularize. We don't need to do that in Stormworks. All we need to do is go out to 350 meters and stop, and then we'll be in geosynchronous orbit. And so that's kind of what I'm thinking. Does that make sense, Basilicious? Did I make any sort of sense with that? I hope so. All right, let me read some chat. I'm way behind on chat. Yeah, you don't even need to render a 3D globe if you don't want to. I'm sure you could do it, but yeah, like I would say personally, like this is all I would say, quote unquote, need is. All I really need is like something this super simple, like, you know, make it look kind of like a, you know, have some rings so I know some ranging if I'm getting close, because I know as this ball is moving, I know, okay, we're getting closer and closer. I can start to slow my rate of rotation. And then as it gets in here, I know I'm close, so I have a really slow rate of rotation. Okay, so I know I'm on my my negative A-tan, and now I thrust until this gets to 0. And then if I say I was pointing at my retrograde, and I started to thrust up, what would happen? The same thing in Kerbal. This goes flying off, and then what would happen is this one here would start to come shooting in, because now we have that. If I start to, I can angle to the right, you know, this is going to go off center. You know, if I angle left, this goes off center. And so my trend vector's over here. And then, so let's say I want to continue on my trend vector, I'd angle over there. If I wanted to bring this naturally back in, I would thrust over here. So I would angle away from this, and I would thrust, and that would bring it back in. You know, so, you know, stuff like that. But I think this is the main thing, is I need to know where I'm headed, and I need to know where I'm headed away from. So I don't think it has to be all that complicated. Like, the arrows would be helpful. They don't even need to be arrows. They could be a tick. Like, have a tick up in the corner. I know this is up here. You know, but that, I think, would be really helpful to navigate in three-dimensional space, because it's really simple the way they did it. It's just like, we have a moon, we have a Earth, and we have a geosynchronous area. We just need to know how to stop. And then, like, say you're trying to land on the moon, right? So if you're trying to land on the moon, this would make it really simple to even land on the moon, because what we'd have is, as you're landing on the moon, you would want to keep your retrograde in the center. Essentially, let's say we're going to land vertically on the moon. You would put your retrograde in the center like this, and so that would make sure that you're landing vertically on the moon, because we're aiming away from where our legs need to touch. And so as long as we keep this in the center, so if it comes up here, we need to readjust. If it comes up here, we need to readjust. So we keep readjusting, keeping this in the center as we're landing on the moon. And as we see our velocity, we're coming in at 10 meters per second. Well, that's too fast. We're going to break our legs. So we give a little puff of thrust, and now we're down to 2 meters per second. A little puff of thrust, little puff of thrust, little puff of thrust, touchdown. So that would also make it really nice and intuitive and easy to land on the moon in first person. So I don't think it has to be that complicated. Something like this would be, I think, adequate. But I don't know. What are your thoughts on that, Basilicious? Let me quickly read some chat. I don't know when you asked that question, Zerfin, but we're doing ballast tanks, and now I'm on to some space stuff. Yeah, I would say probably start with the velocity vector and then move on to the ball, because the velocity vector is going to be the easy part. The ball is going to be more design work, you know. But yeah, it would be super slick. If you could get it to look like Karl, that'd be fantastic. But, you know, that's certainly overboard. You certainly don't have to do that. You don't have to do anything, but... Inverse kinematics noodle rope project, yeah. I did see some of that. So like, you know, I don't know much about the Lewis stuff, but like essentially, like, as far as let me see. As far as like, I'm trying to think of how this runs here. It's like, to get your angle. Let me see. So, like, essentially, let me see. I'm trying to think of it off the top of my head. I don't know. Let's say, so, like, we go trigonometry. We do tan 2. Arc tangent. It's got to be tan 2. So, it's probably an tan 2. Yeah, tan 2. I don't know why I put that there. So, it'd be something like this. tan 2, y, x. And so you'd essentially have something like that. And so you would do, let me see. Yeah, I don't know how like, you wouldn't be able to go out to infinity anyway. I don't know, Basilish, have you been able to get it out to infinity? Or, I don't know how you do it, but, like, you don't need to go out to infinity. You could go out to 1,000 kilometers, whatever the max is. And so you'd essentially do, like, you'd have your astro sensor. Let me add some nodes here. I'm trying to think of the mechanics of this. So you'd essentially, so let's say you have composite in physics sensor. All right, here, let's do astro sensor. Okay, so you have your astro sensor coming in. Yeah, so let's just try it with an astro sensor right now. Astro sensor. And let's see, what are the nodes looking like on this? So it has your X, Y, Z, X, Y, Z. So essentially, you'd probably do something like this, I would think. You would take... You would need your X and Z, I believe. So something like this. So this is your current position, right? I'm trying to think how to do this. Yeah, I don't know how you do your trend. Yeah, but essentially you'd be taking your current position and you'd be something like this. So whatever it is, like you take your essentially, you take your, why the hell did I do that like that? Number, yeah, so it'd be 1, 3, I think, like that. And then you're essentially taking the position out to infinity, so your trend. So you'd essentially take your current position minus your trend, current position minus your trend, arctangent X and Y like that. That should give you your tangent. That should give you your vector line. And so that would give you your prograde line. And then, I don't know, would you do do you just do an inverse? I'm not sure. So would you do an inverse of X for your, would that give you your retrograde? So that might work. I'm not sure. I'm sure Basilicious knows this a lot better. He does it in Lua, which is a lot easier. Okay, yeah, you certainly know this stuff better than I do. Like I know how to do it on the GPS, but I haven't worked with the Astro. It's still working, not really like a flat plane, but it's working like the regular map. But yeah, so it'd be something like that, I think. And then you're shooting one line out to infinity, or like 1,000 kilometers would probably be fine. So shoot one line out to 1,000 kilometers, shoot the other, one straight line through the craft. And this point at the end of it would be your prograde. This point at the back would be your retrograde. And then as you point your prograde, of course, you're going to be able to continue and accelerate toward. As you do your retrograde, you're going to be decelerating. Yeah. So, like, I'll bring up paint really quick again. Like, I'm not necessarily doing the best job explaining, like, what the issue is. I'm probably confusing the shit out of everybody, but, like here, I'll try to do one 3D diagram, and we'll see if we can get it to be somewhat coherent to people. All right, so like if you say, so if you say we have the Earth here, and we have the Moon over here. Piss. All right, so there's the Earth and the Moon in Stormworks. And so what's going to happen is as you head out there, right, you're going on a straight line. So let's just make it a straight line. So we're going from, the Earth to the Moon on a straight line. It does arc, but we're going a straight line. Now, the problem is your spacecraft is, operating in space, in a three-dimensional space, so it can rotate. Let's see. How bad are you gonna screw me here, there, magic tool? Actually, not too bad. All right, so here is our spacecraft. All right, so here's our spacecraft. And so our spacecraft is going now, because we just rocketed ahead, we're pointing toward the Moon. So we're going toward the Moon. The problem is we're in three-dimensional space. We can rotate however we like. So we could be like this. So as I get up to 350 meters, which is where I go into geosync, if I try to guess where I'm going to rocket, let's say, okay, I want to slow down. Well, I don't get it right. Now my engines are pointed this way, right? So I start to thrust with my engines this way to slow down. So I'm trying to slow down. The problem is I'm not stopping in the right direction. So because I'm not stopping in the right direction, it's actually moving my line. And here, let's Control X that, and let's back up the line. I have to throw them all in the right layers, or else this is never going to work. All right, let's go. Add new line here. So this is my current trajectory, right? And so we bring the spacecraft, and that's my current trajectory. I rocketed away from the Earth on this trajectory, and because I rocketed away on this trajectory, let's take that. Okay. So I rocketed on this current trajectory, so of course we're on our line. The problem is, in order for me to stop perfectly at 350 meters, I need to turn and stay perfectly on my line. If I stay perfectly on my line and start to fire my rockets, I will slow down perfectly and stop in three-dimensional space. Now, the problem arises with this. Without an adequate indication of my current vector, what happens is, let's say I rotate and I don't get it perfect. Let's say I'm off a little bit. So now, as I rocket, I'm slowing down, but I'm starting to drift opposite to my thrust. So now I'm actually over here. And so what that does is that screws my line up. So now can I click on the line? No. So now my vector is different. So now my vector has been changed. And my vector now looks like the point of origin would stay the same. So right there. So now my vector looks like that. So I'm actually not going to stop on because some of my velocity is still going this direction. All I've done is I've changed my velocity line, and I'm still floating away at a certain rate. And so what I need, is I need that gauge to show me this line essentially with a prograde and a retrograde, because then I'm able to align myself correctly to my relative velocity, and now I can thrust and stop. And now I stop in three-dimensional space. So hopefully that makes sense to people, because you need to thrust opposite to your vector, your angle of travel, essentially. If you are off, it will change the angle of travel, and it's just guesswork. By having that velocity vector, it tells you where you have to thrust away from in order to stop in three-dimensional space. So hopefully that makes sense to people. I think Basilicious knows what I'm talking about. He seems well-versed in Kerbal. So, how did the astronauts in Apollo figure that out? What was their instrument showing it? I'm not sure. Let's see. I assume they had a velocity vector. Like a moon transition is not. Yeah, let me see. I'm just looking it up now. They did it with slide rules and nonsense like that. They make it difficult. So they had a regular orbital gauge here. Let me look. Essentially, kind of like that's what Kerbal's modeled after. Let me see if I can pull it here. So like this was their gauge. So this was showing them in three-dimensional space where they're angling. So it would be the same. It would be the same type of thing. Is you know, I would say these lines here are their vector lines. So I don't know why these are off-centered. Because you'd want to bring these lines, I would say vertical, you'd want to bring this one across your roll bar. And then if you got those aligned, that would put you in line with your vector. And then you notice there's a caret here. I would say this caret may point to your velocity vector, I would say. That would make sense to me. I would say this arrow is attuned with this bar. This one is probably attuned with this bar, and then this one is attuned with this bar. This is also sitting on the ground too, so these are all not... the other thing too is usually these types of instruments were gyro stabilized, and so as seeing this is sitting in the Smithsonian, it likely is not spun up either. But that looks like this is pointing towards your node, and then these are your trend bars there. And then that is, yeah, I'm not sure what the other indications are on there, but that's the Apollo gauge. Probably works like how Karl does. Karl kind of does a, use a lot of that as their kind of point of imagination. I would like it on a 1x1 if you can get it on a 1x1, but, you know, I don't know if it's possible. You know, frankly, for me, like, I don't need the velocity on here. I don't need the altitude on here. Those can go. I don't need the arrows. The main thing that I quote-unquote need is I need, like, it doesn't even have to be like these. Like, you could make it super simple, like a plus. Oh, Jesus. What layer are we on here? What layer are we on? I'd have to escape out. What layer is this supposed to be on? I can't remember. So, like, you can make it as a plus, make it super simple that the plus is the prograde, the negative, and I kind of like it 1980s style anyway, so it's like the negative is the retrograde, and if you put the plus in the center, you're going prograde. You put the negative in the center, you're going retrograde. Like, so all I really think that I would quote-unquote need is I need some sort of indication like this. It doesn't have to have rings. I know rings are kind of wonky. It could be a cross. I actually kind of like the docking port alignment indicator that has just the cross and the dashes. So you could do cross and dashes, and then you would have, this would be where you're pointing is the center point at all times. So essentially you would just tie this to the orientation of your vehicle. So whatever heading your vehicle is heading is the center point. You know, so you do the heading, roll would be on this axis, pitch would be on this axis. So yaw would be in this axis, pitch, and then roll is, you know, around. And then you would have the retrograde come in, and you would just move your nose until you get the retrograde on the center. And then you'd thrust, because I could put a panel next to it that would be altitude velocity. Or I could, so like, I don't even, like I said, I don't need altitude velocity because your current gauges work. So like I use, I'll bring it up really quickly here. Let me bring up my spaceship. See Citrus playing. Let me get off display capture for a second. All right, so like, the gauge, most of Basilicious gauges are working. Like I showed him how I converted one of his to just keep doing altitude, but okay, let's go. Let's get in here. So like your altimeter, your airspeed still works for me. Your artificial horizon still works, and your altitude works. Here, let's turn on infinite fuel. I forgot how to operate this vehicle. Oh, I screwed with it. It probably doesn't work right. Let me see if I have this working. Maybe I have this running more than I thought I did. All right. So like I would like it as a 1x1 because I don't need all that information. All I really need is like I would have the gauge say over here, and I already know my velocity because I have my velocity here, and I already know my altitude. I know my altitude here, so I don't really need those separate. But like say I had that one gauge, what I could do is then have it off the side, and all I have to do is align to the negative, and then I see that I'm going say 300 meters per second. Let's say I'm going 300 meters per second. All I have to do is put the negative in there for retrograde, and I can start to light the rocket, and then this will be 300 meters per second, 200 meters per second, 100 meters per second, 0, stop. And then that's all I need. So I don't really need it like to have everything.
I just need to know my trend. Like, you could even, I don't know. I don't know if you could even add it to the artificial horizon. Just like, all I need is like a plus sign, a minus sign is all I really need, you know? I'm upside down too, so that's not really helpful. Because like everything else is working already. Like the rest of your gauges work in space. Or at least my edits of them work in space. So like we're coming up on 40,000 meters. So like see yours just reads K when I get above that, even though it's still meters, but like see, because I showed you that I put in the thing where it just changes it right over to the astro sensor once we hit 40,000 meters. It just changes right over, so your altitude gauge still works, your airspeed still works fine. And then we're gonna light the rocket. Yeah, I'm gonna shut off these turbines. I never put my gear up. Alright, so like we're entering space now, we're at 108. One thing you can do too, Basilicious, if you'd like, again up to you certainly, is like this gauge, if you had this where it would work, you know, in space, you could make it so that it, it changed over when you hit 40,000 40,000 meters. It switched over to kilometers maybe, or even at 100,000, it switches over to kilometers. So as soon as it hits 99,000, it would go to kilometers. It could do that. Because then you could do like, it would be 1.9K or, you know, whatever. Alright, so like now I want to shut off my rocket. Alright, so now this is the problem I have, is I don't know exactly where I'm headed. And so I'm headed in a diagonal fashion. So even though I'm at, what is that, 80? So like if I turn on RCS, no, I don't have RCS on, but like I'm at 80 degrees. So the problem is, let's say I RCS'd and I turned us to, let's say I turned us down using RCS and I turned us 80 negative. That doesn't get me perfectly to my trend vector. And so I can't tell exactly where I'm aimed. Yes, yep. K's thousands of meters. But this works. Like it shows it's fine. It's 317. I still know what I'm doing. But it's like, so what I need to do is like, you know, because I don't know my exact heading, I would have to aim like somewhere around 80. So what would be nice is like you input it in the artificial horizon where like, let's say right here was the minus. So now I know, okay, I need to aim down to like there. And now I would thrust my rocket up. So of course it's dark in here. Where's the lights? There we go. All right, so then I need to turn my rocket back on. And I need to maneuver to here to stop my velocity. Notice my velocity is going down, but it goes up again. And the reason it goes up again is I'm not aimed perfectly at my retrograde node. So I'm missing it. So I did slow down in one, in say my X coordinate, but my Z coordinate is still moving at 1 meters per second. So I need the intersection of X and Z, because I've got my X coordinate zeroed, but I need to zero out my Z coordinate, so I need to know the intersection of X and Z, essentially. That makes sense? Yeah, I haven't played with RCS since I did some testing earlier, but that's kind of the main thing that I think, you know, kind of need as far as need, because it makes it so that it's like it's hard to stop at 350 kilometers, because it's like I just can't get I can't get the intersection of X and Z, and I need the intersection of X and Z in order to stop, because like right now I have to guess, and so that makes it tough. But yeah, hopefully that makes sense too. But I think that would be a cool, like, very simple instrument. Like, you could even put it on the artificial horizon, like, just a plus minus, so that you know where your prograde and your retrograde is. But again, that would be, you know, I certainly understand it's not simple or easy. But that's just kind of a cool thing if you were looking for something to do. I think would be neat. And I think you're the guy who best could do it, I think. Let's see. What else do I want to work on here? I don't know, I might take a break here. We'll see. But yeah, so that was kind of good. Work on ballast tanks a little bit. That makes sense pressure-wise. The game is in good shape now. I want to go over the... I put up this write-up. I'm trying to decide if I want to address this or not. I don't know. You know, the devs have done a lot of work. I think the game is finally in a stable state. Let's do this really quick. I want to go through just really quickly, like the fixes. And this kind of why I took a break was I consider this like the beta test phase of the game, and I think that was kind of a healthy way to do it. I think a lot of people really they kept trying to play normal, and I don't think you could or should have at the time. It's just, it was too stressful. And like, because something's going to break, and then the next day it's going to change, and that change may break something you made, because they're still in the testing phase. And of course they shouldn't have released the update yet. They should have released it as a beta, but hindsight's 20/20. They're human. They didn't realize how many things they had broken. You know, how many times have we built something that we said, "Oh, my ship's all set." Like, I've released stuff for competitions, for challenges, and realized that, oh my God, this is broken and this is broken. How did I not notice this? You know, we've all done it. You know, and so I kind of bring it down to a personal level on that. So DLC was released on the 12th. Okay, we all know that was where is it? Yeah, so it would have been right here. So it was, of course, we know that they had an issue with buoyancy that scared a lot of people. You know, I remember I was doing a live stream that day, and people were like, "Oh, Captain's going to be pissed that Triton's broken," and I wasn't pissed. And I'm not pissed, and I'm not pissed at all the way these things happen. I understand it. It's unfortunate. I wish it didn't happen the way it did, but it did. But I'm not pissed, because it's like, does that help? No. And so it released on the 12th, and we knew that it scared a lot of people. A lot of people literally were like just friggin' losing their mind. Like, literally, they death threats and all this stuff, and people were like, "Oh my God, this will never get fixed." And I literally saw that. People were like, "Oh, this is never going to get fixed. These things are always going to be broken." People went and they started like just rebuilding their ships on day one. And 18 hours later, we got a fix on the 13th, which was the next day, and it resolved ship buoyancy and other gravity issues. The devs explained this as there was an issue with one number in the code. It was the gravity figure, and I think it was Stalemate. Stalemate did some testing, and like liquids were weighing too much, and that's what it was the gravity was set too high, and so everything weighed too much, and so you have a big ship that's huge. Well, guess what? Any sort of, you know, every little bit of everything on that ship now weighs too much. The ship's going to sit low, and so within 18 hours they fixed that. The same day they came out, they fixed the jet engines and allowed us to get up to higher altitudes. So I remember people were losing their mind. I was doing a live stream, testing things out, calm and collected. You know, I had some patience. I wish more people had some patience, and it worked. And within, 24 hours, they had that. One of the reasons I'm even bringing this up is, like, somebody put up a comment that the devs went on vacation and they didn't talk to the community. They went radio silent for a long time. You'll see that narrative play. If you go to the news tab, this is just the news tab on Stormworks. the 12th, and you need to remember some of the times on this. I forget exactly what time it came out. I think it was like 11:30, 12 noon my time. The developers are in Greenwich, England time, which is 4 or 5 hours ahead. So this was like a 5 p.m. On the 12th is when the DLC came out for Europe. And so these are people who go to work, the developers. There's 4 of them, I believe. So you have 4 people went to work, right? They worked all morning, and they released it around the end of their workday. And they released it on a Thursday. And so likely they were already getting ready to go home. Now imagine you work for a company, right? The company isn't the most important thing in your life. Your family is, right? And so what happens? It comes to, right, 5 o'clock, you're supposed to go home. Right? I've worked, most of my career, I've worked like 3,000 hours a year, so I don't work a short period of time anyway. But, a normal job is like 40 hours a week. So you imagine 5 p.m. comes around, they release the DLC, and people are like, oh, they disappeared. They didn't disappear. They went home for the day, as anyone would do as a company, right? You can't just tell your employees, like certain businesses you can, but you can't just be like, oh, I need you to spend all night here and forego your family. Most people are going to say, screw you, I'm going home. I've been here for 8 hours, I'm going home. And so at the end of their workday, they went home. So like when people said they went radio silent, they really didn't. 18 hours later, which means, again, they went home, right? So likely a couple hours at home. So let's say they went to bed at midnight, right? So they left work at 5. They went home and they hung out with their family for, say, 8 hours. And then they went to bed for 8 hours. And then they came back, and 18 hours, so that would be 16 hours at home. 2 hours later, they fixed the gravity issue. Then later that day, they fixed the jet engines and the SRB weights. They came out with that. Later that evening, they came out with info from the developers. So see this narrative, and it's all here for you to see. And I keep seeing this narrative, and it's kind of frustrating me because it's counterfactual. You can kind of go through this, and you can see the timeline. And so, again, the 13th was the day after. So one day after they fixed the two main issues that were plaguing the game, they came in and they did this info from the developers. So, and I think they struck a good tone here. The bad news is there were some issues. The good news is that over the last 24 hours, we've come out with some hot fixes, and some of the major issues are resolved. Many players have asked for details, so let's discuss. All right, so they explained exactly what it was. It was the gravity mechanics. They explained the jet turbines. They explained why it broke, why we made our mistake, and how we fixed it. People take this as them coming up with excuses. They're explanations. It's like if you say, hey, why wasn't your build perfect that you put in the workshop? Well, because I didn't notice it, right? Put yourself in their shoes. Imagine the times you've put out something that wasn't perfect. You didn't do it to be a jerk. You didn't do it because you were lazy. You did it because you're human and you honestly forgot something. And I see some people like, oh, the devs are lazy, they're this, they're that. We've all done this stuff. I've put many of things on the workshop that's broken. I have misspoken. I've gone back and listened to my own tutorials and I'm like, oh, I said that backwards. Because in my head, I was thinking it correctly, but I'm trying to verbalize it, and I said it backwards. How many times have each of us done that? So I think we need to put ourselves in that position sometimes. So they explained what happened with jet turbines. Steam and modular engines. Let's read this one. This one took a while to fix. So they said there are issues with steam boilers and many modular engines. This is a reasonably big issue caused by some of the compressed gas changes. We are currently working on this, and will deliver a fix as soon as possible. And then they updated us in 1.9.3. It is now resolved. All right. So, again, they told us, yep, we screwed up. This is what caused it. This is what caused it, and they're fixed. These still need to be fixed, and we're working on them. All right. And then they said it's fixed on this issue. This one, I keep seeing this, and it's kind of annoying me. That's why I'm even bringing this up. Is I keep people saying, oh, they're lying to us. They didn't test. How many times have you built something in Stormworks and you've tested it and you've just made an honest mistake and you screwed something up and you said, oh, everything's working well, and boom, something happens that doesn't work. I've had so many of my airplanes that I test and they work well, and then guess what? The wind goes up higher than I tested it in, and now it's not working right. You know, I had a boat that it was working fine, and then guess what happened? It started raining, and the scoops were taking in water, and then because the scoops took in water, my engine stopped working. All right, and somebody could say, oh, you didn't test that. Well, guess what? You have video evidence that I tested it, you know, for hours and hours and hours in the career build series. It doesn't mean you didn't test it. It just means that you weren't able to test in every possible condition. The other thing is this: we are the engineers in this game, and because we are the engineers in this game, if we don't build our systems perfectly or perfectly logical, when something changes, how the hell are the devs going to know how you made your vehicle? Like, some people build some stuff that is very illogically built and that doesn't make much sense. And so if you make the game more realistic by adding pressure mechanics, well, guess what happens? The things that were not necessarily built logically will no longer work. And so, for example, like, none of my modular engines had any problems because of the way I built them. And the reason was, I think, I use impeller pumps. Impeller pumps leak air through. So the air can get through even when the impeller pump is not turning. So the engine can get air when the impeller pump is not turning. Some people use pumps to pump air into their engine. Well, if the pump is not going, the air cannot go through a pump, and guess what? Your engine's not working. So for some people, every one of their module engines broke. For some people like myself, none of them broke. And so I think some people need to kind of internalize that as sometimes it is not the game is broken, it is my design is broken. And that's hard to swallow, that you made a mistake sometimes. I do it all the time. I make mistakes, they're my fault. And so I think it's important to, especially in a game where you're the engineer, think first, maybe it's something I did that broke my creation, not necessarily the game. And sometimes absolutely it is the game, but a lot of the times, like, somebody will rant and rave and, oh, the devs broke my creation, and I bring it up and I'll help them fix it. And it is something silly that they did that of course it didn't work, you know, and they blamed the game. Like, there was somebody I talked to yesterday, I sent them my airplane tutorial. They talked about how, you know, aerodynamics in games suck. You can't build a good airplane. I've built many good airplanes. I've showed you guys the airplanes I've built. The aerodynamics are fine in game. The only thing we have is a lack of momentum, and that can be fixed with some glitches. But for the most part, the aerodynamics is fine, but you'll often see people have just a fundamental misunderstanding of how aerodynamics and the physics of aviation works, and their designs are not perfect. And so sometimes, you know, if you actually want to solve a problem, you need to know what is wrong. And sometimes that means looking in the mirror and saying, I made a mistake, and because I made a mistake, I now know I can fix it. So, you know, they went through the community reaction. I think that was important to talk about it. I've seen some really positive things from this community, which I was pretty let down by some of the behavior, but I knew and I acknowledged and I agreed with the devs' position that it was a small minority of people. So a very small minority of people were acting like maniacs. And I would say, let's say it was 1%. Okay, so 1% of the community is acting like maniacs. Now, there's this phenomenon, it happens in politics a lot. They call themselves, we're the silent majority. Well, one, if I'm hearing from you, you're not silent. They act as though they're the majority, and what they really are is a vocal minority. You'll get a vocal minority is very loud people who are not in any way, shape, or form a majority of the audience or the, you know, electorate or whatever condition we're talking about, and they're very loud, and because they're very loud, they seem more numerous. And often you'll find most people are just quiet and going about their daily lives. And you can see this in the game. There are a lot of people who are quiet and just play the game, and we can, you know, this is evidenced by going on Discord, and we can go in here and we can look at Creation Showcase and we can see all the wonderful things people are building. You know, we'll exclude mine. I won't say they're wonderful, but, you know, we can see all the wonderful things people are building here. And these people are enjoying the game. We can even go in the official, and we can go through, and even through all this turmoil when Stormworks sucks, and it's terrible, and, oh, it's the worst game ever, and the game's dying, and all the best creators left, and, oh, the Earth is failing, and you know, the sky is falling. Well, the sky didn't look like it was falling to me as I went through day by day by day, and I looked at the vehicle showcase, and it never slowed down. You know, people are still enjoying and building and putting things up, and yes, they were getting frustrated here and there by mechanics and broken mechanics and changes of mechanics, but these people were enjoying the game. And all of these people were enjoying the game. And all of these people were enjoying the game. And all of these people, all of these people were enjoying the game. And this is the actual, what I would consider the majority of the player base, is not out there yelling and screaming and being obscene, is they're just playing the game and enjoying it, and they're building. And day by day by day, people are sharing the cool things they're building. And you'll get these, that vocal minority who's yelling and screaming at the top of their lungs. And so something positive I've seen is when the update first came out, you had this really unhinged response by a very, very small vocal minority. And what I've seen lately is the quiet people who are just playing and enjoying the game got annoyed by it. And they've come out and, you know, I think one of the accusations by some of this vocal minority is that people are shills or they're kissing the dev's ass. They're not. They're playing the game and they have a more balanced, reasonable take. The extremists, you know, there are extremists who, like, for example, I saw some this week, which I don't agree with either. The extremists, like, I'll support this game no matter what. You know, I'll support the devs no matter what. I won't support the devs no matter what. Like, the devs could come out and do something horrific. They could go, you know, trying to do something that's not defamatory, but like they could do something like an actual crime in the world, and I would not support them. Like, let's say all 4 devs did some crime, some horrible crime out in the world. I would not support them anymore. So you have the extremists who are always going to be on their side, and you have the extremists who are always going to be against them. And I think the majority of people are in the bell curve, which is pretty normal, is they're somewhere in the middle. They get they get annoyed when things are broken, but they go play another game, and they have a reasonable approach, and they move on with their lives. And I've been happy to see the community came back, and you can see it in the latest commentary and the latest update that you had a bunch of the negative Nancy's who were always in Steam, always being negative, and you had a lot of positive people, myself included, who don't often comment in there or don't even look in there because we don't want to deal with the negative. And you had a lot of people come in this week and call those people out on their nonsense. And so going through here, we have, I'll continue on this thread, but then the next day, October 14th, fixes. October 15th, the next day, fixes. Now, let's look at the dates. Saturday. So one of the reasons I bring this up, and one of the reasons I started on this rant, which I'll end us out on, is somebody accused them of, 1, releasing on a Friday, which they didn't. They released it on a Thursday. 2, they accused them of going on vacation after this. They did the exact opposite. They came in and they worked till 5 o'clock on the release date on a Thursday. Most game development companies are doing this now, where they don't release on a Friday and go on have their weekend because they have bugs to fix. So they released it on a Thursday. They fixed the main bug within 18 hours. Again, 16 hours of that, they were probably at home with their family, and then 8 hours in bed, and then back to work. So you figure that was probably only a few hours at work, actually, and they fixed the problem. All right. Then they fixed the other problem that day. Then they addressed our concerns. And I think they did it in a really reasonable way. They called out people who needed to be called out. They explained what happened, and they apologized for it. You know, the next day, a Saturday. So these people are in on their weekend working. Now, at a union company like I work at, you would be like, nope, not coming in Saturday. Nope, Saturday's my day off, not coming in. They came in. They came into work, and they fixed these issues. All right. Sunday, again, on their weekend, when they should be at home with their families, they were here for us, working on our game, working on our recreation, working on our fun, instead of being at home working on their recreation with their families where they should have been. So hardly lazy, hardly they don't care, it's a cash grab. I would say this speaks more to me that they care than most things. Is they were in on a Saturday and a Sunday fixing bugs instead of being with their family where they should have been, frankly. Then we notice here, we look at the date, it's the 20th, so we have a little bit of a jump here, and this was because they started experimental. So experimental was going on, and they were still working, but they had experimental branch going, they were making changes to experimental, coming out with that stuff. All right. And then we have, this one is regular weekly update, the 27th. All right, more fixes. Again, here they are making fixes. All right, hot fix. More fixes for us here. More fixes. So they've been doing the hard work, seeing what the community needed. Remember, I think people need to understand there are only 4 people working at this company. This is not EA. You do not have a public relations director. You do not have, 600 developers. You don't have a CEO who only is a mouthpiece. He used to work at Kodak. Now he works at a gaming company. No, we have 4 people. They do all the work for this game. So you need to keep that in mind too. Is 4 people are doing this. So when they're working this hard, that's 4 people. It's not like, oh, regular people went home on the weekend and then they got these days off. You get all hands on deck. All right, and so then they came up with this one. I had no problem with this. I think, the Negative Nancy's had some issues with this. And this is part of the thing that annoys me is, this got me out of my cave and actually got me to respond to one of them. But I have no problem with this. I think part of the problem is this, like, for example, the Star Citizen community. I don't follow the Star Citizen as closely as I used to, but there are people who that's their main game they work on, the main game they do their YouTube videos on. So they literally listen to every update from the devs. They report on it like I do with weekly updates. One of the reasons why I tend to have a pretty comprehensive view of what's going on is every week I read this to you guys. I do a video on this, and so every week I can see. So I go ahead and I get a more coherent narrative of what's going on, and I read some of the comments on Reddit and here and there. And so I'll read this one really quick to you guys, but today we're releasing the hotfix with improvements in response to player feedback, the 5th such update in a week. So again, they did 5 updates in a week, in 1 week for that. Improving the balance of fluid system with best compatibility with existing creations. Check below for patch notes and check the news feed for info on dozens of other fixes released this week. This is part of our plan to improve the fluid system performance for old creations. Let's talk about where all this started. Now, this offended some people. Now, I don't think it's a big deal. What they're trying to do is they're trying to say, hey, we are human beings. We're not perfect. We don't screw everything up. A lot of this people took it as gaslighting. I heard gaslighting come up like 5 or 6 times, and I'm rolling my eyes. But, so that is a little bit corny, I would say. But so they're talking about their RPing. They're trying to put us in their shoes. And so they go, it's time. Imagine you're a Stormworks developer and the Space DLC released about 24 hours ago. Space update negatively impacted many existing player creations. This is Stormworks. Many of those creations took hundreds of hours to make. This is a huge deal. In no way, shape, or form are they making an excuse here. They are admitting their errors. They said the DLC that they put out came out 24 hours ago, and the product we put out greatly impacted a bunch of player creations. Many of these creations took hundreds of hours to make. This is a huge deal. That right there is a perfect sentence. It says, we understand that our update broke your stuff, and we're sorry about it. That's what that's saying. Firstly, and most obviously, some ships, particularly large ships, and this makes sense. Remember the context. The whole reason why large ships were so negatively affected was they screwed up the mass calculations. The ships weigh more, so the mass calculations, it's exponentially hurts them more because the ship is bigger. All the mass is more. Let's see. So it sat differently in the water. Fortunately, this was just one line of code update, and we've already fixed this. Secondly, it turns out you didn't test the new compressed gas fluid system on enough workshop creations. Again, now what does this say to me? Some people built their stuff in one way. Some people built their stuff in another way. Some people built very realistically. Some people built less realistically. Some people know a lot about mechanics. Some people know very little about mechanics. Some people know a lot about pressure. Some people know nothing about pressure. And everywhere in between. And so some people, when they built their creations in Stormworks, they built them so that if you made a pressure change, very little would happen to their engines. For example, every one of my modular engines, it automatically adjusts fuel to the level of oxygen. So whatever oxygen's coming into my engine, it automatically adjusts the fuel. So none of my modular engines, not a single one, had any issues through this whole thing. And the reason was because if the air pressure was at X, the fuel would adjust and work with X. When the devs would make a change and now the air pressure was at Y, the fuel would auto-adjust to be at Y. And so it always worked. Now, some people didn't do that. Some people would use a weird calculation. Some people don't understand how stoichiometry works at all, and they would just keep tweaking numbers until it worked. They would just keep tweaking. Oh, my engine works? Okay, I'm done. Well, those people's engines broke because now with compressed gases, the air volume is different and their calculation, their formula no longer works. And so now their vehicle is broken. And so they blamed it on the devs. Well, it really wasn't the devs' issue. That was the way you built your vehicle was not necessarily logical. It worked, but it wasn't necessarily logical. It just happened to work because you tweaked the number until it worked. And now if you change that X value, you don't automatically change your Y value, and so your engine stopped working. Mine kept working because it automatically changes the Y no matter what the X value is. And so that's why a lot of us, our engines work fine, and other people's, they didn't. So I don't think that's really too much of a dev's problem. Now, they took blame for that, even though I don't think it's theirs. They says, it turns out that you didn't, they're talking about themselves, it turned out you didn't test compressed gas fluid systems on enough workshop creations. They could have literally tested every single creation on the workshop with their new pressure system, and guess what? They would never be able to come up with a system that worked with everybody's creations because we are the engineers, and not all of us build in a way that would work. And so, of course, things were going to get broken. All right. So, while you did discuss the fluid system rework and potential impact with players long before this update, now I did address this in my post I put on the bottom here. They came out months ahead of time. I think it was in May. And they told us that they asked us if they wanted pressure. Now, I think it was a cover your ass thing because they knew they were going to do pressure already. This is something that takes months to years for them to make the pressure update. I would say they were working on this pressure update for probably years, alongside with space, because space needed it. They said to us that they had been working on space for years, so it makes sense that pressure was worked on for years. It was also on the pole, so it made sense that that was something they've been working on for years. So they came out in May and they asked us, hey, would you guys like compressed gases? Now, I think they were going to do it anyway, but they were getting a little bit of permission from us to cover their ass, and I think that was the right PR move to make. Ask the player base. The player base, I think overwhelmingly, I think it was like a 2-to-1, said, yes, give us pressure systems. We're happy if the creations broke. The problem the devs did is I think they did something that was really bad PR. In that they said, oh, we think 1 to 2% of the vehicles will break. Now, that could have been an honest estimation by them, but I think it was foolish for them to put a number on it. Because there is no way in hell they could ever get a scientific number to know exactly what percentage or what range of percentage was going to break with this update. So I think that was foolish of them to put a number on it. I think what they should have said is, they should have said, you know, we're going to put in a pressurization system update. This is going to make the game more realistic. It's also going to give you a lot more things to build and design in our building game. But you do need to understand that with the new pressure mechanics, depending on how you built your vehicle, it may not work with this. If you built something very realistic, it could work very well with the pressure system and very little things could break. If you made something that is not very realistic, it may not function correctly because we're increasing the realism in the game. I think that would have been a better statement, because then it kind of says, okay, well, if you didn't engineer it to be in this world, it's not going to work in this world, right? It's like if you built something to work on Earth and Earth's ambient pressure changed from 1 atmosphere to 0.5 atmospheres, well, guess what? A lot of stuff that we have now is not going to work. Other stuff is going to work. For example, if you had a non-turbocharged car, your car may not start because the ambient pressure in the atmosphere of Earth is too low for the car to start. If you have a turbocharged car, well, guess what? It's going to work fine. And so that's the kind of thing that I think happened. And that would be what I would see happened was they changed how Earth works for us. And some people, their stuff barely worked on Earth as it was. And some people's could work on Earth and beyond. And so therefore, some of our stuff worked, some of our stuff didn't work. And that, again, is really kind of on us as engineers. Now, does it suck? Absolutely. But I think that's not necessarily, an issue with them, as they change the way the world works. Space DLC is now live, and it depends on these fluid changes, and the space portion of this game is well tested and working in the past. You may have to roll back changes, but in this case, in the past you may have rolled back changes, but in this case, with most of your players currently in orbit, it would make the situation much worse. So what is the sense? Now, a lot of people took this as just them gaslighting us, whatever. If you've been reading Reddit, if you've been reading Steam chat, which depresses me quite a bit, a lot of people have been asking for them. Hey, they're just like, just roll back the game, just roll back the game. There was a poll on Reddit. Somebody did, of course, an unscientific poll, but guess what? More people said they didn't want the game rolled back than did, but there were people who wanted the game rolled back to pre-pressure. Okay, now, the devs, unfortunately, do not have the setup like Kerbal where you can roll back to a previous version. I think they should add that. I think the devs should take that as a sign. Give us one version previous, so we have the old version, the new version. Once we go, say we move on to another big update, they now make this the current version, this the old version, and then the new update will be the new update. Just give us two versions. And what that would have allowed to do is all the people with their hair on fire, who are really frustrated, who just want to play, and that's perfectly reasonable. I just want to play my game. Like, some people had very reasonable comments of their frustration where I only get to play my game on the weekend, and I've been looking forward to playing Stormworks, and I can't because of this update. And that's frustrating. So if you could have rolled back to the previous version, that would have kept those people content, and you wouldn't have had to deal with those. So I put that on the devs. Let us roll back one version, and every, I don't know, whatever it is, every major update, push the version forward, and hey, you guys have to move on to the new version. And so you have a 6-month headway. Hey, I need 6 months to learn this pressure stuff, or else some of my stuff might not work. You can move on to the new version, realize, okay, everything works, or this is broken, fix it. You can move back to the old version. You can have one of your saves on the old version, one of your saves on the new version. That seems perfectly reasonable to me. That's something I think the devs should do to have better community engagement. All right, so this was them answering one specific thing, was the people calling for the rollback. And they're explaining why we are not rolling back. People took this as an excuse. No, they're explaining because literally people on Reddit were saying we should roll back, and they're saying we can't roll back because a lot of the stuff depends on that. And so some of our player base is loving and enjoying pressurization, and some are not. And so if we rolled back, we'd be pissing off all the people who are enjoying it, like me. And so I think the real answer is do it where you can have the previous version and the new version. That way, the people enjoying it could stay on new version. The other people could go back to old version. Player backlash is gaining momentum to where players are getting involved who have not played the update or are uninfected. You saw this a lot. I would check, and people who barely played the game, who you could see some of the negative comments. I see the same names over and over and over again, and I've gone in their Steam profiles, and they have 8 hours in game. And so they bought a game that really wasn't for them. They didn't do enough research. The game just wasn't for them, which sucks. It always sucks when you waste money. They played 8 hours, so Steam won't let them return it. And instead of just moving on with their life and going find a game they like, they come around and they try to get their money's worth by getting someone else not to buy the game. And I see that a lot. And so you had people who were barely even play the game or never even got the update or played the update, and they were coming in and they were doing, they were jumping on the bandwagon and doing a bunch of, downvotes and just being trolls essentially. Again, a very small portion of the people. Let's put it that way. Again, I will reiterate that. Discord's out of control. We could see that. If you looked on day one, you had people, saying things like "fuck the devs" right in the devs Discord. I went over this with somebody. This is not a freedom of speech issue. This is Discord is not the public square. Discord is a private room. My Discord is my living room. I have rules on my Discord. If you break my rules, it's like if you broke your rules in my living room, I ask you to leave. And, and you're told to leave, you're no longer welcome in my home. Discord is not a public forum. Discord is a private forum. And so as people went on there and were literally just like, I saw it the whole time they were going, like, they were just like, fuck the devs. Well, guess what? You come in my house and you say that to me, I ask you to leave. And so that's perfectly reasonable, you know. And, you know, and so this statement here, I think some people getting pissed at this. They're probably kids, right? Now, why did they say this? Well, if you barely pay attention to this stuff, you think they're making fun of us. They're not. What they're doing is, we had people in the comment section who are saying, oh, just ignore the death threats, they're probably just kids. And that's almost verbatim to what I kept seeing in there, was just ignore the death threats, they're probably just kids. I saw that refrain multiple times, people trying to be helpful, but again, you know, you can't ignore death threats anyway. It's a crime, it needs to be dealt with. But this is them directly responding to that comment. This isn't them pulling something out of their ass. This was in the comments. They're probably just kids. And so this is them saying they're probably just kids, right? All right. Last time you checked, there were 500 negative Steam reviews. You decided not to look again. It isn't helping. You are feeling the pressure. Now, again, a bunch of people got butthurt over this statement. If you imagine right now you put out one of your builds that you made in Stormworks and you put it on the workshop, okay? And a bunch of people come in there and say, "Oh, this is a piece of shit. This looks ugly. This is stupid." All right, I have a rule right in my Discord, and I put this up because I was getting sick and tired of people picking on people's builds. And so right here it says, avoid unsolicited criticism of other people's builds. If people ask for criticism, that's great. People are posting builds they're proud of. Be respectful to me and those on here. So anyways, so that whole rule was on there. I was sick of seeing people being like, oh, that looks like crap, or like, ugh, or putting like the vomit face when you have somebody who had like 10 hours in game and their build looked really good for 10 hours in game, and somebody put a vomit face on. And so it's like that sort of shit. Like, imagine if you went on when you posted one of your builds on the workshop and all you had was a bunch of negative nonsense on there. How would that make you feel? And so, of course, you know, the devs are getting this. Now, some of it's legitimate criticism. Of course, like I ended up doing a positive, like, you should buy the DLC because they fixed it and I knew they would. But you had a lot of people just doing it because it was the bandwagon, it was fun. I'm an angsty teenager, I'm going to go and, oh yeah, I'm going to go shit on this game. And some of them, absolutely, I would say a lot of them were very good reviews. They're like, yeah, they really screwed up here. You know, they broke a bunch of stuff. I'm really disappointed. They should have done better testing. You know, I can't recommend it right now. That's perfectly fine. I have no problem with that. But you had a bunch of that, and imagine, like, you just worked years on a project in Stormworks. One of your builds took years. You put it on the workshop, and you get a ton of negative reviews. Imagine how you're going to feel. So I think it was the right idea for them to stop looking at it, right? I try to stay out of the negative things. You know, negativity breeds negativity, and it depresses the shit out of you. It's not worth looking at sometimes. It's better just to ignore it. That's why I was even not sure I was going to go through this. But, you know, and that makes sense. They are people. This whole thing here and why they rehashed it, like, they could have shut up and done the Hello Games, No Man's Sky type of thing and just, like, shut up and do the work. But they're trying to show that, hey, we're people too, and I think that's a perfectly reasonable approach as well, is they're people, and they came out with a video game, and people couldn't play their video game for 24 hours, or even, like, let's say you couldn't play your video game for a week. Imagine how whiny the greater world would think you were if you said, oh, I threw a temper tantrum, and I issued some death threats, and I acted like a jerk because I couldn't play my video game for a month. And I have 10 other video games sitting on my PC ready to go, but I couldn't play this one that I wanted to play, so I acted like a jerk. Do you think the world is going to have sympathy for you? And I think the answer is no. You know, and I think that's why I think some people need to kind of look in the mirror and just be like, hey, man, like what I did. I took a couple-week break. I played a little bit, but I played some other games, and I never had any anxiety or stress or frustration over this game because I took a break. And I think a lot of these people would have benefited from a break. New email, it's from a YouTuber. I have no clue who that is. Was not me. Sorry to hear about the backlash. Read, just keep doing what you're doing and things will work themselves out. Now, I think that's a good message, is you can't listen to every critical thing that ever happened. You know, you go on the internet and people are jerks. It's the same thing with like road rage. If they were standing in front of your face, they would never say that thing to you. But because they have that anonymity on the internet, they'll say some disgusting things they would never say in person. And they would never do it in front of their mother, I bet. If their mother was standing next to them, you think they would say those things? No, they wouldn't. And the same thing is true with road rage. Somebody's in a big metal box, so they'll give you the bird. If they were standing right in front of you, would they give you the bird? Probably not. And so I think it's better a lot of the times is the internet's the Wild West. It's a disgusting place often, and that's why I think a lot of times it's better just to ignore it. All right, the solution. I think that in life, these stressful times come along once in a while. Again, they're showing us they're human, and for some people, the situation can be much worse than this. How you respond to the situation matters a great deal. So they're showing that this negativity, the death threats, them getting shit on, you know, again, what did I started out with, they worked nonstop for weeks. They worked on their weekends. They worked extra hours. Like one of those updates came out at midnight my time, which is like 4 a.m. their time. So they worked through the night a lot of these times, 4 people, and of course this negatively affected them. And I think we as a community need to understand that these are people, and I think a lot of the community, the majority of the community, has been very supportive lately, which I'm happy with. But you know, we do need to think of it on a human level, and I think that's good that they came out and said we're humans in this. You know, so I think it's you cannot change what is done. So you must look ahead to the best path forward. You need a clear path ahead to see the best solution, and you can't allow the pressure to affect you. And so what are they saying in the statement? Again, people are saying, oh, gaslighting, all this nonsense. What they're saying is, this was a very stressful and hard situation for us, you guys being so negative towards us. But we understand we screwed up, and so we can't change what happened, but we're going to try to do better in the future. That's what they're saying to us. And that is a reasonable thing. And imagine if, like, think of some time in your life you've screwed up at work, or you disappointed your parents, or something like that. You can't change what's happened, but you can just try to make things better in the future. And that is exactly what they're trying to do here. These are people behind the company. Again, 4 people too. It's not a huge, big corporation. It's just a couple people working on this game that we love, you know. So for us, it's about pressing on development, reading the player feedback, understanding the problem, and working through in a pragmatic way. That's a beautiful sentence. They say, we're going to keep developing. We're going to keep moving on with game. We're not going to say, fuck this. These people are so rude to us. You know what we're going to do? We're going to close up shop and we're going to take our ball and we're going to go home. We're not going to do that. We're going to keep developing the game. We're going to read more player feedback. We're going to understand the problem and keep working on it. I think that's a good attitude. This is what we've been doing. Again, I showed you. That's why I started with it. I showed week by week by week by week. They have been working very hard on this. Again, they're not perfect, but they have been trying, right? They put in the effort. Whether the product is perfect or not is frankly irrelevant as far as I'm concerned. The effort is there, and that's what they've been doing, so I think that's absolutely correct. That's what they've been doing. The game is in a much improved place thanks to player feedback and the dozens of changes we've released. Yep, it's thanks to a lot of people really helped out with experimental. I didn't. I could have helped out more than I did, but I didn't really want to get in the weeds there. A bunch of people were really helping them in that. So they say thank you to the players who helped them in experimental. And the dozens of changes that are released, absolutely. The game is in a much, much better, stable, and more fun place than it was now than it was then. So absolutely correct. We have made huge progress on reworking the fluid system. I would agree. You know, I just showed you the fluid earlier in this video. I showed the fluid works very logically. I can come up with logical things that would work in real life. And guess what? They work in game almost perfectly to how they would work. Working with players directly on experimental branch, hotfixes, and the new unit test system in development. Yep, so they're showing they now have a workflow that will help to address these problems and problems in the future. So we can record metrics on vehicle behavior and compare it to each game version. So as you can see, this is a little bit of a hint. I don't want to build up hype or anything for this, but they're talking about their new unit tests. They can record metrics on vehicle behavior and compare each game version. This, to me maybe gives a hint that they're going to do something where we can select our own game versions. I certainly will not say that's what they're doing. I have no inside information on that, but that would potentially hint to that, and I think that is the correct way for them to go. Learning involves making these changes to avoid the same issues in the future. We are now in 7 years of Stormworks development, with years to come and exciting times ahead. You need to understand that the devs are reading a lot of our good comments, our helpful feedback, and they're also reading some of the bullshit. And a lot of this statement where I saw such like really just inane commentary about gaslighting and all this is most of these comments are directly responding to things that have been on Reddit, things that have been in the discussions here and on the discussions otherwhere on Steam. They're directly responding to comments people have made. And so, for example, like some people said, oh, they're giving up on the game or the game is dying. This is in direct response to that. They've said, we've been working on this game for 7 years with years yet to come. So they're telling us again, we're not giving up on this game. So there have been people in the commentary saying the game's dying, or we're giving up on, or the devs have given up, or the devs are moving on to something else. The devs are working on Stormworks 2 instead. No, they're telling us right here, we're continuing for years to come to work on this game. All right, so, you know, this was a kind of a, dare I go to my comment? I probably shouldn't, but we'll hit it really quick. I think it was on 8. I tried to stay out of this, but this is my comment on here, as you can see. And this is the whole reason why I decided in this video with this whole thing was, it's all there for us to see. This is not hidden information. This is all publicly available information to see. And so you can go on here and you go to the news tab and you can read every update that's come out. You know, and you can see where they have hit the mark, where they've missed the mark. But you can see this. And I tend to have a reasonable kind of overall view of this because I literally will read every single one of these and do a video on it. So, and I talk about when I make a video, I literally listen to the stuff like 4 times before I release it. So I usually remember this stuff pretty well. And so like I went back and in May is when they asked us if we wanted pressure. And so stuff like this. And so some of these comments are just like, I don't know, man. But I think the devs are doing a pretty good job. They're certainly screwed the pooch and dropped the ball when they put I think they put it out probably a month too early. I think if they'd come out with 2 weeks of beta testing with the community, that would have helped. I think that's something they should do. I think they should let us roll back to the previous version. But I think the game is in a good place now. That's why I'm kind of doing more Stormworks stuff now, is I think it's in a period where it's not going to change too much, and it's in a positive place. So let's read some chat here, and I'll probably finish it up, though. But yeah, I was just kind of, I am proud of the community. The community has come back in a way that I really appreciate. You know, the negative Nancy's really took over Steam for a while there. It was like it was like a 2-to-1, negative to positive. And then I think people got fed up with like the very vocal minority of people who are really just unhinged. And they came in, and normally they're just playing the game quietly like myself, not commenting on Steam, and they came in, and I think some were kissing the devs' ass, but a lot of them were just being balanced, normal, and they were being reasonable, and were calling people out on their nonsense, you know. And I think that was good to see. I'm really proud in the community coming back and being supportive. And like you had some people like, dude, I was one of the ones, you know, like, I saw some really great things. Like it's hard for people to apologize and say they were wrong. And I saw some of that where people were like, sorry, devs. I was one of the people who was like, you know, ranting and raving and whatever when it first came out. And I see that you guys got death threats and all this other stuff. And I realized that, you know, I way overreacted. There were a couple people in my community who were like really pissed off day one. And as soon as that 18-hour fix came out for buoyancy, which was a gravity issue, they were like, "Oh, sorry, you know, I thought this would never get fixed, and the devs fixed it in a day." So I think you need to look back sometimes. Will this happen again? Yes, to a certain extent. You're going to get some people who end up, you know, you're going to get another one, and you need to think about it. Remember this when this happens, that yes, they broke the game big time. And they fixed it, and it's in good shape. and it's in better shape. And we got some new mechanics, and they're not perfect. They're human. So I would just say think about that next time before you, and I think my community is good. I don't think you guys really have to worry about any of you guys, but think about before you put some shitty response to anybody is. That's another person on there, and it could ruin their day. And just to put some shitty comment, it's not worth it, man. If it's bothering you that much, go do something else for a little bit. Go play another game. I played another game for a couple weeks. I really enjoyed farming some, and I came back to Stormworks, and I started building farming equipment. It was a great time of inspiration. I looked at that little break I took from Stormworks as a positive experience, where a lot of people just kept like punishing themselves. They knew that they weren't enjoying the game. They kept punishing themselves, and it pissed them off. And I took a little vacation from Stormworks, and I got inspired, and I'm really enjoying the game again. So let's read some chat here, and then I think we'll wrap up. Yeah, RCS, I haven't played with it in a little bit. They changed how much RCS used, so you don't need as high of a pressure, and you don't use as much anymore. That's good, Bestlicious. Appreciate that. Yep, I believe it's only 4 devs there, Dust Chaos. Yeah, Citrus comment is there are still people saying almost everything is broken. Yep, I keep saying that, and I'm like, what do you guys like? I just don't get it. And people say, oh, this is broken and that's broken. I've gotten back in Steam a little bit, trying to help people out a little bit because I keep saying that, and like they'll be like, oh, everything's broken. I'm like, what is broken? And somebody will be like, oh, like this isn't working. I'm like, well, that's, and then I'll look at the build, and it's like, it doesn't have anything to do with the game. That has to do with you, like how you built it. And I'll explain how to fix it, and then they'll fix it, and guess what? They move on. And it's like, so sometimes like it's, it's helpful to, that's one of the reasons why I try to help people with their builds sometimes is it's, it gets very frustrating when you don't know, you don't know what you don't know. And so you go in there, and it's an easy thing to do to blame the game. It's a hard thing to blame yourself and then figure out and fix it, because one of the reasons why we blame the game and not ourselves is, oh, if it's the game, it's not my fault and I can just ignore it. If it's me, I have to try to learn what I don't know, and then I have to fix the problem that I don't know what's wrong with. That's much harder. And so I think it's an easy way out sometimes to just, throw a pile of shit at the game and blame the game for that. Oh, thank you, Daniel. Okay, yeah, I've really enjoyed this. I'll show you a couple of tractor builds before I get off, but yeah, I built a bunch of stuff. So I separated the tractor. I'll show you guys the latest version of the tractor. The tractor came out nice. It's my new part of the Pat Motors line of Pat Elk, the 4350. So I did a little bit of work on this. It's pretty good shape. I think all my electricity is hooked up now. Yep, so it has detachable weight on it. Painted up nicely. 3-point hitch. Lighting's in there. Yeah, so I did a bunch of stuff on this. Let's see. All right, let's go ahead and... so what do we have that's new that you guys haven't... put a parking brake on. Let's see. We have rear spots, front spots. So let's see. So there are rear and front spots. Let's go to nighttime. But, like, this was my little break from Stormworks. I played Farming Sim. I really enjoyed it. Got back into Farming Sim. And it's given me new inspiration for the game. So sometimes a little break to get some inspiration is a big help. So let's go. I want hazards there. So you can see we have hazards front and back. The front one's probably our electrical problem. Let me check them. Yep, they're electrical problems, so I just need to fix those. But we have flashing lights front and back. If we shut off our hazards here, we can also do directionals. There's directionals, front and back. I have no brake lights, but you wouldn't necessarily have brake lights on something like this. Headlights. I have a headlight in the center there, so that finishes the front pattern. Lights brighter. I have my door closed there now. 3-point hitch, PTO. You've seen that. Detached 3. Let's bring this back, and we'll put on the... Made a couple other implements just for the funsies of it. So I have a cultivator now. So cultivator snaps right on there. So little cultivators for some RP. So it's like stuff like this has no purpose, and it's, you know, it's a big part of this game is making purpose for yourself. You know, it's a building game. Just building it's part of the purpose. You know, would it be great if I could go do something with this? Yeah, but you know, just having it's fun. And then go ahead, we can raise the 3-point hitch up here, as you can see. We have our 3-point hitch. And then we can go ahead and we can put this down and drop it. And you drop the cultivator. And then I made a batwing mower, so let's grab that. So batwing mower's not done, but it was mostly just to try to play with the idea. I'll work on it a little bit. But, you know, again, this has no purpose in game. It'll be a little bit fun. I'd like to do a video on at some point of like how the devs could add farming. And it would be kind of a fun thing. But fold up the wings, the bat wing. And we can also angle the tires. So you drop it down like that so the mowers will actually mow. And then when you're traveling on the ground, you would raise it up like that so it's not on the ground. And you just have your little batwing mower there, which is kind of fun. So, but you know, it was I really enjoyed my little break from Stormworks. You know, it was a good time to get inspired. You know, it was you know, so I saw it as a positive period. And it's I think, you know, if you, a big thing, kind of an adage I take with games is if you're not having a good time playing the game, that's what its job is. If you're not enjoying your recreation time, go do something else, man. And it's some people will keep punishing themselves doing it, and I think you need to take a break sometimes if you're not enjoying it, because it's supposed to be your enjoyment time. I think the brakes are on, or they're hitting something. Oh, it's hitting something. It's hitting the lip. But you know, so I was not that I wasn't enjoying Stormworks, but like I wasn't gonna rebuild all my stuff, and so you know, it was good to have a break, and I got a little inspiration out of it, and starting to enjoy it more now, and. You know, I'm really having I'm having no problems with anything. I haven't had any crashes. I haven't had any issues. I think some of the issues people are going to be having is not understanding how pressure works IRL, and so again, that's, you know, there's not much you can do about that. I will be doing some tutorials. That was part of today. Was getting a little bit of knowledge myself. The game seems very logical. All the pressure that we did testing today seemed very realistic to me. And so we should be able to make some extrapolations to real life and be able to make realistic systems that work well. So that shouldn't be a problem. Let me read some more chat here. Yeah, you know, I try not to build with glitches as much as possible. I think people always need to keep that in the back of their mind. If you glitch, if you go outside of what the game is intended to do, expect bad results. That's kind of my adage I think of. If you go outside of the bounds of how the game is supposed to work, expect bad results. And so if you build a workbench larger than the game, I don't understand when people then complain that the game is laggy. The devs built the workbench the size it was, and they have a literal block limit in there because if you go over this, the game is not going to perform well. All right. If you do a glitch and they change something that gets rid of that glitch because of unintended behavior, really, do you have any room to really complain? I don't really think so too much. You know, so you kind of have to understand you're playing outside of you're outside the fence, and you might get caught outside the fence, and you know, be in a bad way with that. You know, so you kind of have to keep that in mind sometimes. It's like when people, you know, they have below minimum PC specs and then they say the game is laggy. Of course it is. You do not have a PC strong enough to run this game. It sucks for you. I absolutely get it sucks for you, but it is not their fault. And like people will, you know, they'll go on a multiplayer server, which this game was not built innately for multiplayer, and it won't be perfect because it was not made for it. And that's why I think Stormworks 2 will be made for it'll be made for multiplayer, and it'll be innate, and it'll be meant to work with multiplayer, so it should hopefully work better. Again, thank you, Daniel. Yeah, Well, that's the thing too. Is like I said, we're just reading Basilish's comment. Is you don't know what you don't know, and a lot of people do not have a lot of mechanical experience. That just happened to be what that's kind of what my life has revolved around from a job perspective was, I operated construction equipment, and when I was the summers when I was in high school and the first summer when I was in college, I went back and worked, so I drove equipment just like this. I drove the John Deere construction front end loader that was based off of this tractor, and so that's where I get a lot of my mechanical. Then I went to university for aeronautical science, and I learned aeronautical science, and I spent 3.5 years doing a degree in aeronautical science. So of course, I learned a bunch of stuff there, and then I was a pilot for years, and then I lost my job doing that because of the recession, and I was a professional driver, and so I have I would say above average, understanding of aviation certainly, but mechanical stuff. Then you have another player of this game who might be 10 years old, who literally has never driven anything in their life, who will never drive a manual transmission, and then you ask them to be able to build their own transmission in the game. It's understandable they get frustrated because that's a lot of information. So I think sometimes people be like, oh, this is easy. Well, saying this is easy is also not really helpful to somebody. Like, imagine, that person's 10 years old, has never even driven a car before, and you're telling them that making a transmission is easy. It isn't. Now, I can show you how to make a transmission. I can try to make it easy for you, but it doesn't mean it's quote-unquote easy. And I think that is where a lot of the frustration with this game comes with is it's easy to say, oh, the game sucks because of X, where really it sometimes is, I just don't understand how X works. I thought I did, or I thought I had a better understanding of X. And, like, for example, I know I don't know Lua for shit. Like, Basilisk is great at Lua. If he looked at me trying to do Lua, it would look like a child trying to, land an airplane. But now put Basilisk in the cockpit of an airplane, and I'm looking at that, I'm in the right seat. I'm like, what are you doing? Why are you doing that? And it's the same type of thing. So I think putting ourselves in each other's shoes sometimes helps. And that steep learning curve of the game is what can cause a lot of frustration. Yep. Yep, it's only 3 wide. Inline 6, baby. So that was a good challenge. That's one of the challenges I set for myself. If I widen this out to 5, it would have been a piece of cake to get everything in there. That was a good challenge. Like so it's actually, I have one radiator cooling. This one cools, the other doesn't. It goes up to 20 RPS, so it's probably a little shy. It's set to 20. It probably goes to 15. And I did a test off screen where I went. So I started here. I left the O'Neill. I pulled the baler, and I had the PTO running. So the PTO are when the baler is running, the clutch for the generator the generator gearing is higher, so it puts a lot of load in the engine. So I went at max throttle. I had the throttle pegged at max RPM. From here, I drove all the way down here. I went up here. No, where did I go? No, I went all the way down here. I went up here, all the way up to North Harbor, and I got to about here, and I was getting right here because I passed the switch. And I started to overheat, or I didn't overheat yet, but I was at like 113 degrees, and I shut the PTO off, and then I was able to drive all the way back here, and my engine was able to cool down below 100 degrees all the way back. So I could go from here all the way here with the PTO running at max throttle all the way to here. So that's a pretty good distance to go without having any overheating issues. And then I shut the PTO off, and it cooled fine. So that's a perfectly reasonable range too. So yeah, so it's yeah, you want to see the inside? So here's the inside. We have RPM, engine temp, volts, battery, speed, miles per hour, fuel in gallons. We have power and starter. This is the gear selector, so I can do up down arrow on the keyboard. We can go down to reverse 6. We can go up to 14. That's 14 forward gears, and I can also switch them with these. So Also switch them there if I want. We have the 3-point lift and lower there. As you can see, we can put our 3-point hitch down and up. We have the PTO, which am I started? I'm not started. Can I start? I'm started. Okay, so I have my PTO on. PTO rotates. I'll put the baler on here. You can see that. Quickly put the baler on. So it has a simulated PTO. I had to slow it down more than I like just because the I had to slow it down more than I like just because the electric motors use a ton of power, and so I have the generator set to account for it. But have a PTO connection there, and we'll just rev up. All right, we'll turn the PTO on. Let me put it back on. Get out of there. Put it back on day. All right, so the PTO's going. Nope, I didn't turn the PTO on yet. I did turn the PTO on. Why is the PTO not on? Interesting. Something's broken. I don't know why the PTO's not turning. Oh, it is. Okay, so something got broken on the baler. So let me fix the baler really quick. Right, so this here should be connected to that. And then that is good. Okay, so that I just broke the connection there. Let's bring this back together. Grab the wrong one. Yeah, so the PTO doesn't actually work, but it's simulated. Just can't get it to work, you know, in reality, because of the limitation of the game. But it passes the speed information through so that the pivot on the baler turns at the same rate as the there's PTO on. There you see PTO turns on the baler, and then you can see the pickup is going. The pickup turns, and the plunger turns as well. So bale plunger and the pickup run off the PTO. So and then it has, I can lower the pickup, but I have it on that throttle there. I need to put in a panel for control and accessories. And then the bale roller goes down on the back. So. And with a 6-cylinder, it's still damn powerful, no problems. It has that 14-speed transmission. It's geared properly. It's geared like a tractor, so it goes everywhere. It has no problems. The tires are not up grip. The tires are stock grip. So, do not have XML grip tires. I'll probably put them on there, but I don't know if I'll need it or not. But currently, no XML grip on the tires. I'm having no problems, so. Let me read some chat as I'm going here. Why are transmission the most searched topic on YouTube behind the game by itself? Yep, they can be complex. You know, once you understand the mechanics, like a transmission is incredibly simple if you understand the mechanics, but you need to understand all the mechanics, which takes time, and then it can be a complex task. And one of the reasons why I have a pretty good, you know, understanding of transmissions, and when I really learned a lot of how transmissions work is operating a tractor trailer, you have to synchronize your own transmission. In cars, let me see if I can find a synchronizer. See if I find a transmission synchronizer. Alright, so here are synchros in the transmission. So you have these little brass rings. And so what happens is in a synchronous transmission, like in most cars, most of you would ever have driven. This is probably a better exploded diagram. So here are your gear sets, right? Here are your gears. These are your synchronizers here. So when you push the gears together, this synchronizer, it will, it has a beveled edge, and it will. So let's say this gear is moving faster than this is probably the output. That's probably the shaft there, but let's say this is moving, right? And you want to splice the gear. This bevel edge will touch the side of it, and it will, let's say one side, let's say this is moving at 2 RPS, and this is moving at 1 RPS. What will happen is when this surface touches the inside, it will slow down this gear, and it will speed up this gear, and it synchronizes their speed so that their relative velocity is 0, and they can mesh together. And so in a car, you have those little brass rings. They're just pushing each other, and it allows you to, for example, if you've ever driven a manual car and you let's say you downshift too early, it will let you shift because the synchronizer's slowing down one side and speeding up the other, and it allows you to mesh. Then you let your foot off the clutch, and the car goes, ugh, and the car tries to throw you out the front windshield because you shifted too early. Now, in a tractor trailer, in a proper manual tractor gearbox, you will not be able to get those gears together because you have no synchronizer. You have to actually use your accelerator pedal to speed up the gear. So, for example, when I'm downshifting in a tractor, let's say I'm in 5th gear and I want to go into 4th gear. In 5th gear, I'm down to 1100 RPM. So the engine is moving at 1100 RPM. And the wheels through the gearbox, let's say the wheels are essentially moving at 1100 RPM. They're not, but we'll say they are. Now I want to go down into 4th gear. Well, at the speed I'm going, if my tires are moving at that speed, I need to rev up to 1400 RPM to be able to go into 4th gear. And so what I do is I rev up to 1400 and it slips into 4th gear. And then I take my foot off the accelerator. Now we're meshed. So the wheels and the engine are now moving at the same rate again. And then I want to go down to 3rd. So what do? If I was still, let's say I'm at 1400 in 5th gear and 4th gear now, and I want to go down to 3rd gear. Well, guess what? I would have to rev up to 2000 RPM to put it down to 3rd gear because I'm going too fast. And so what do I need to do? I need to slow down. So now what do? I take my foot off the accelerator. I let the tractor trailer start to slow down. The RPM goes down to 1100 again. Well, what do? I rev up to 1400 and I put it in 3rd. If I tried to go down in 2nd right now, I'd have to rev up to 2000. I can't do it. So what do? I slow down again. Take my foot off the accelerator, get down to 1100. I rev up to 14, put it in 2nd. Same thing. Take my foot off the accelerator, slow down to 1100. Rev up to, you take it out of the gear. You put it in neutral first, but you take it out of the gear and then you rev up to 1400. You put it in 1st, and so that's how a synchronizer works. So one of the reasons I have a good, understanding of transmissions is because I physically had to match each shift. So I've been doing this for 13 years. I have to, you have to rev up. Every downshift, you have to match the gears. If you miss by 50 RPM, you miss the gear and you have to rev again. And so you start to understand how all this works. So I might have that not hooked up right. So that was actually probably right on timing. I had the PTO going, but that's the whole point with understanding transmissions. And so they can be very complicated because understanding the gear ratios, understanding up gears and down gears. So it makes a lot of sense why it's complicated. And a lot of people don't, most people will never drive a manual car, which I think is sad at this point. But it's it's a cool thing. It's good to learn how it works. But I would say most people now are not going to they're not going to know how a manual transmission works. And so you're taking people who may, like I said, you have people who play this game who could be 10 years old who have never touched a car, let alone driven a manual transmission, literally never driven a non-synchronous manual transmission. And then you ask them to, one, build a vehicle in game that requires a clutch. Well, they don't even know what a clutch is, let alone how a clutch works. They've never put their foot on a clutch pedal and felt how it feels when you put the clutch in too early or take the clutch out too early, or you don't rev up enough. They don't know what it feels like when you stall. They don't know what it feels like when you lug. They don't know what it feels like when you try to go in a gear too early. And so then you ask them to build a transmission just to get the car moving. And so it's a ton of information to learn. That's why I started making tutorials. You know, it was just to help people learn these things. And it also, this game is not for everybody. Some people have no interest in learning these things. And if you don't have any interest in learning these things, then it's more work than fun. For those of us who love to learn these things, it's fun to go watch a tutorial and say, oh, wow, now I know how a transmission works. Like, I used to love to watch all these great 1950s, like Chrysler. It was a Chevy or Chrysler? GMC, I think. I think it was GM videos. On how parts of your engine worked. And like they have a great video on how differentials work. I love learning about this stuff. Some people would be bored to tears, and so they bought this game, and they didn't realize that they had to learn all this stuff if they actually want to make something work. And so that's why some people get ultra frustrated, why some people get pissed off. And unfortunately, this game is not for them. They paid money for it, and they want to get their money's worth. And so some people have played, didn't like it, moved on. Some people got pissed off they spent money, and they come and they complain about it. The game sucks. Who would like this? They should make the game easier. They should make it more like Space Engineers, where you just put a battery on. You don't have to plug all the batteries on, because they don't love the building. And unfortunately for them, I think the game is a building game. And if you don't love building, you can still play, but you're missing the main thing that this game is about, frankly. Just reading some more chat. Why are transmissions the most? Oh, it was from Big Man. Yep. That was Big Man's comment. I thought it was Basilisk for a second. I see, Big Man. Your two icons are reasonably close to one another. Good to see the Big Man. Fixing the PTO from your Zeter. I like the Zeters. Fact, we cannot transfer power through mechanical length, through subbodies, or through something rigid like a hardpoint has said. Yeah, I really wish, I would love them to make a PTO. The devs were really responsive to 454's video on fishing, and I think that's great because it gives me, like, I didn't want to waste my time building a video on how to do this. If one, like, again, you know, I'm not a huge fan of unsolicited criticism. If you don't want me to, that's why, like, when I do build reviews, like, you have to consent to me reviewing your thing. And that's why, like, you know, you have to put it on build review, or you're in the challenge and you know right off the bat that I'm going to review this. I don't do like the weekly top 10s because I don't want to review somebody's stuff that may not want it reviewed. And so, you know, it's kind of like with the devs. I could see it as being annoying if I was like, hey, just do this thing or just do this thing. They're like, dude, we're trying to do our own thing. Like, and they need to a certain extent have a singular vision. They don't need all of us. You know, the expression "too many cooks in the kitchen." So I really liked it when they said that, you know, oh, that they enjoyed and they liked 454's video on fishing, because it now says, hey, they might be interested. They might actually want some constructive criticism about X, Y, or Z. And that might actually be helpful to them, because I don't want to be just a pain in the ass. I want to be helpful. And so, because if I actually want something done, the easiest way to get it done is to be helpful. Even if you don't want to be helpful, that's the easiest way if you actually want it done. And so, like, what they could do is, I'm using this one. I hope it's not a big piece, but really, all they'd have to do is, they do have a torque output. But what I'd like them to see them do is essentially, let's grab the one that actually has torque on it. Give me a race. There we go. Oh, where's my power pivot? Here's power pivot. So what I'd like to see them do is this, essentially. Like, this is a power pivot. And so you can take torque and put it through there and send it through. But what I'd like to see them do is have a torque here. And then have a, like, they could even make it a proprietary linkage. But what they could do is kind of what I did with, oh my God, can I spell today or what? Beat the shit out of my keyboard. So essentially do that. And what would happen is the torque that goes through here would rotate this at the same RPS value. So real simple. If we did something like this, and these go up to 19 RPS, we could have a diesel, we could have it geared. And so you would go like this, and this would rotate this. If this is moving at 19 RPS and it's not geared, it would come up through here, and it would rotate this pivot at 19 RPS. And that would allow you to make things like drive shafts. It would allow you to make things like PTOs, power takeoffs. People keep asking what a PTO. PTO is a power takeoff. It's a shaft. It hooks to the engine. The engine turns the shaft. You put a rod on the shaft. Then it turns something else. And that's how the baler works. Is the baler doesn't have a motor in it. The motor from the tractor spins a shaft. It has teeth on the shaft. You hook a linkage to it. It has an arm that transfers that linkage, and then it spins a big flywheel, and then everything moves off that flywheel. Essentially, it starts rotating. You could put different gearboxes. So, for example, the plunger may have be down geared 3-to-1, so it moves 1/3 of the rate of the PTO shaft. You could have the pickup be up geared 3-to-1, so it moves 3 times as fast as the PTO shaft. But this would allow us to have some cool things, like, say, for example, we have our power, we're going out, and then what we do is we could instead pass power through, and we could actually power our wheels like that, where this shaft turns, and then what we could do is we could do something like this gearbox, and then we could tee it off like so. We could put some wheels on there. And so instead of just passing this through, so essentially what we have in game, it's almost like an enclosed drive shaft. It's like there's a drive shaft pretending to be inside the pipe. But it would be kind of cool if we could turn this, and so say you have 19 coming through, the drive shaft moves at 19, we then up gear it 2-to-1, so now you have a 38-to-1, so these are now moving at 38 RPS. You know, so that would be kind of cool to do if the shafts could move. You could do PTOs. That would be really neat. The other thing I'd like to see them do, now that we have some pressure stuff, I'm hoping that they're going to do a bunch of pressure stuff. Again, I'll try to do a video on this at some point, but the nice thing is they have a lot of the blocks. They don't need to redo the blocks. They just need to rename them and kind of do some new nodes on them. And so, like, what they could do here is this. So say, for example, you have fluid in, fluid out, and you have torque. So the way this works now is you have to go like this, and this turns these cap out at 19. So you turn at 19, you get a certain rate of fluid transfer. Fluid goes in the front, and it comes out the top. All right, I would love this if they could make it work backwards. All right, so I go like this. I take a pump. I go like that. I go like this. And now what I'm making is what's known as a hydrostatic drive. All right. And so this is what I would like to see. If you did this, you can build so many cool creations. So what you do is now what happens is this is what's known as a hydrostatic drive. These are in, like, if you see those zero-turn lawnmowers, that's how a lot of these work. Bobcats are hydrostatic. A lot of industrial equipment is hydrostatic. So what you do is you take, do this. So you have oil. Let's say this would be filled with oil, and you would pump the oil through. This is called your sump. That's where your oil sits, and you pump through the sump, and you pump through here. And now let's say you're moving at a certain pressure, all right? And what this would do is I have it backwards, I think, but it would go through here. Yeah, it's backwards. These two are backwards. But anyway, still work. It would loop. It would go like this, and this would give you a torque force. And so if you wanted to move this wheel, you would turn on your pumps, and you could actually control the speed with a valve, and you would spin this backwards, and now the fluid moving through this would give you a torque output, which would turn your wheel. That would be a hydrostatic drive. So, for example, a lot of construction equipment, you have this because, one, you can turn one wheel forward, one wheel back. You can zero turn. That's like a zero-turn lawnmower. You can also use lines to then go to, say, a baler, and instead of using a PTO shaft, you do a hydraulic drive. They do this on water pumps sometimes. They'll take the they take the I'm sorry, I'm just answering a message here. They will take the hydraulic connections off of the tractor. They'll rev up the engine on the tractor. They'll engage the hydraulic system on either low pressure, high pressure, and then they'll set the RPM value. And what it will do is it will pump hydraulic fluid, and it will turn a torque node, which will then turn a water pump, and they'll be able to pump water. And so that would be super cool. And you think about, let's say you want to do a tank. Right now, a lot of people will do their tanks or their, like I do. Let me bring up my excavator. So like my excavator, in order to get the tank tracks to work more reasonably, instead of direct connecting them, I have electric motors. And so this is diesel electric. The diesel runs electric motors. Now, I could also run this as hydrostatic, where the, so instead of my generator, here's my generator, instead of my generator turning an electric generator, my generator would turn a hydraulic pump. That hydraulic pump would send hydraulic fluid down, and it would go to essentially one of those impeller pumps, but running backwards. And the impeller pump would turn my wheels through hydraulic force. So that would be super cool because you can pass that liquid right through. And that would really be super cool. That would also allow us to get into hydraulics. So how does a hydraulic work? So I see. I find this stuff fascinating. That's why this is the game for me. And why, again, it's not the game for some people, is if you really enjoy learning this stuff, it makes it fun to learn and build. And for some people, again, it doesn't mean they're wrong when they don't like the game. It just means it's not the game for them. And I think sometimes they need to come to that realization that if you don't enjoy learning these things, then it makes the game less enjoyable, and it might make it not for you. And so, like, the way a hydraulic piston works, that is a circle. Let's see, I want square. All right, so here's the hydraulic piston. All right, so we have the main piston cylinder here. All right, and then we have our piston seal here. So we're going to make our piston seal like that. All right, and so what we do then is let's put a layer on here. All right, and so what we then have is we have our cylinder goes in here. And so if, let's say our cylinder is all the way out. So there's our cylinder. And we have the cylinder hooked to whatever. Let's say it's the arm of our excavator. All right. And so here's a cylinder. Let's paint that one. Can be painted. All right. So that's our cylinder. Usually they're silver, they're chromed, and they're circular. And they slide in and out. And if we look on the inside, the part we can't see, what we have here is this cylinder continues. And so let's go back to black and grab this. All right, so the shaft of this cylinder actually goes inside. If you actually feel the cylinders on these hydraulic cylinders, they're actually slippery because they have the hydraulic oil on them. And so you have this cylinder continues in there. So we'll color code it, make it a little bit easier here. All right, and then what you have is you have a plate on the end of that. Back and forth here. And so you have this plate on the end right here, and that plate is large, and it rubs against the walls of the interior cylinder here. All right, and so this plate here is also connected. We'll make them all the same color here to make it easy for myself and for you to see. So all of this color of gray is part of this cylinder. All right, now the cylinder is at max extension right now. All right, and so what we do is we have a couple hydraulic ports, and so I'm just going to draw them. We'll draw them as hydraulic lines, and we'll draw them as this color. So right here we have a port, and there's a hydraulic line here. All right, and then we have a port back here, and that port goes, and that goes up. All right, then we have what's called the sump. The sump is a box full of oil. All right, and so we have a box. It is full of oil. Hydraulic oil, which is usually, what is it called? I forget one of the name brands. I was trying to think of that. Synthol, maybe? Synthol, I think. So there's synthol in this tank. All right. And so the synthol is just hydraulic oil sitting in the tank. It's usually this red color. And what we do here is we put on a pump. And so the pump, I'll make the pump a circle. Why not? All right, and the pump will be, well, we'll do it blue. So we have a blue pump here, and here's your pump. And you have different types of pumps, but often what you'll have is an impeller pump. So you have a centralized shaft, and it actually looks like gears. They're kind of cool. Again, if you don't like if you don't like learning, this is why could be boring to some people, you know. And so you have yourself a central shaft like so. There are different types of pumps. This is one type. And so what you'll do is you'll have some teeth on here, and the teeth go like this. And there are teeth in this gear. There's a gear pump, and there are gaps. And so we have teeth in this impeller here. All right, and in the gaps of the impeller, let's see if I can get it without screwing up here. In each gap, so the solids are the teeth, and in the gaps we get the oil. So as we cycle the pump, all these gaps fill with oil. So the oil goes from in here and it grabs in there, and then it ejects out here. So it comes out the hose. And so what we do is we pump our hydraulic pressure, and if we pump the hydraulic fluid in here, oh, you suck. Go down to the background layer. So that doesn't work for me. So what's going to happen is if we pump it in here, I'm just going to draw it because I'm on a different layer. So if we start to pump hydraulic fluid in here, well, hydraulic fluid is, unlike pneumatics, liquids are non-compressible. Now in game, they did say they added a little compressibility to help the systems work better, which I'm not opposed to. But this will pump it in around the cylinder. So this is now an area of high pressure. This is an area of low pressure. Area of high pressure wants to go towards the area of low pressure. So this oil, as you pump the oil in, there is oil in here as well. This is full of oil. All of this is full of oil. All right. But what's going to happen is as this one pushes here, the oil pushes up through this hose to an area of low pressure in here, and it fills this tank. So all of this, which is currently full of oil, this oil will then push out of the sump here, push out of the cylinder, and it will cause the oil to go up this hose back into the sump. And so what it's doing is essentially pumping all of this oil out of here, through the sump, through the pump, and over here. And that's causing it to push on this plunger. This is your low pressure, your high pressure. This plunger pushes back in. And let's see if I can get on this layer and actually rotate this. Aha, perfect. I did do it right. I was hoping I would animate this correctly. So what's going to happen is this is going to slide like that. And your hydraulic cylinder will slide rearward. And so as your hydraulic cylinder slides rearward, I didn't make it long enough, but it would get to its stops. So it's eventually going to get to the point where it hits the stop. And so now that slides backwards. Now, okay, I want to now the way you would do this, you actually wouldn't line it up like this. What you would do is you put T-valves on there, and you'd be able to valve either pumping in or out, sending back to the sump, not sending back to the sump. It doesn't work exactly like this, but I'm trying not to overcomplicate it. So now you say you want your cylinder to go out again. Well, what do? You pump the fluid this direction, and you send it in the back. Well, now it's behind the plunger, and it's going to push the plunger forward like so. And that's how you work your hydraulics. And your hydraulics slide back and forth. It works on the principle of the fact that the liquids are non-compressible. So this is actually like if you took a steel cable and you were pushing steel cable to push it back and forward. The hydraulics do the same thing. The nice thing with hydraulics, though, is you can bend lines. These hoses can be flexible, all that great stuff. They can articulate, so that's why hydraulics are so fantastic. But that's something I'd love to see in the game, and where with the new pressure mechanics, it would be super cool. Now, it would be hard because our hoses are so big. I think the way they should do it is like electricity, where we don't see the cables because they have to be, the wires would be so small. I think what they should do is give us essentially these pistons in 3 different lengths. 1, 2s, 3s, even more. Give us 10. I don't give a shit. But give us like 3 lengths at least. So one that can go forward 1 block, back 1 block, even 1 block. Forward 1 block, back to nothing, 2 blocks. And currently we have 4 blocks. Give us 3s and 4s. And what we have to do is we have to have a hydraulic system. Let us hook it up, maybe invisible lines, kind of like the electricity. And what we would do is we'd have to pump the liquid. The higher the pressure, the stronger the pistons are going to be. and you'd essentially pump on this side. And so what you would do is you put a node here, you put number on this side, and then you'd have the other side, which would be right here, and you put another number node. And so if I put, say, a pressure of 5 atmospheres here, it would cause the piston to go out. If I put 5 atmospheres here, it caused the piston to go in. That would be super cool, and that was something that would only be possible because of the new pressure mechanics. Let me read some chat, and then I've got to go, I think, here. I just got invited to dinner, so let's read some chat. But yeah, so this is why I get excited about this stuff, is I like the potential future of this. They've already talked about 2 majors coming in 2024. Like, I'm excited about what they're going to be. Yeah, so that was last one was Big Man's comment. Yeah, so it would be super awesome to be able to do PTO shafts, pass that through physically. Yeah, I would love to see them, like the comment between Basslicious and Big Man is like if we look at the pivots, we can do these large power pivots. I think they're doing a better job now with composites. I would love to see us to be able to put it through something small like this. And I would really love to see, like, they could just take this part, put a torque connection on the bottom, and whatever torque rate that turns at will turn this. That would be great. That would make it really cool so that we could pass that through like that. I think they could do some really fantastic things with PTO. So I think I'll do a video on a PTO update. What could you as devs do? How could you do it? They liked 454's thing because he shows that it could be doable and reasonably easy for them to do in a logical way. The devs are not experts. Like I wouldn't say I'm an expert in hydraulics. I have learned, in university a lot about hydraulics because it's part of my degree. I also had to learn hydraulics for the different jets I've flown because the hydraulic systems are complicated, but I'm certainly no expert. But the dev's expertise is in software, so I think I could potentially make a video that was coherent and offered some expertise to show them that they, as people who may not know much about hydraulics, could make a system that would be enjoyable. I have a lot of experience operating hydraulics, but just a few college courses on hydraulics, so not that much. How to do import one build into another build? Select tool. Yep. Yeah, I press the load and do select tool. Yep. Yep, you could do turbochargers with the new system if they allowed us to use liquid to spin it, because what's happening is the way a turbo works is the exhaust has pressure because the cylinder's pushing it out of the valves, and so the exhaust is pressurized. It then turns in a single stage axial centrifugal compressor, which is a turbine. And so the turbine blade turns the single stage axial impeller. It sucks air in and then blows it in the engine. And so that would be cool to be able to actually have a turbo where you plumb in, fluid out, fluid in, fluid out. So the fluid in would be the exhaust, fluid out would go out to the exhaust port, your exhaust nozzle, and then on the other side it would suck in air and it would blow out air, and that's how a turbo really works. And it would be really cool if they added that to the game. You need the merge tool to connect it. Yeah, Basilisk has already answered these. I'm just late on answering chat. Yep, it's good to see Big Man. Hopefully with them settling down, I'm going to probably start my challenge at some point soon. I'm still thinking on what I want. It's going to be a land challenge, but I think the game is in good shape for that. I asked today, Citrus answered me. I had somebody else answer me. I want to get the review channel. I still owe people 3 reviews. Those need to come out. I was waiting. I want to make sure none of the stuff was broken. It wouldn't have been fair to me to test their builds if things were broken. It seems like everybody's stuff's working now, or I got at least 2, so I can get moving on those again. Because I do owe people those. I owe Mr. G I owe him flying his VTOL on Triton, so I need to ask him that. I'm going to do a career build series with that, and then I think I can do something new. I hate to I hate to not do things I say I was going to do for the community, so try to get those done. You don't see the drawing? Oh my god, that sucks. Did I not hit display capture? Oh my god. Sorry guys. I'll show it. That sucks. Uh, sorry guys. Yeah. So really quickly, I'll show you again. So here's the sump, storage tank, pump. Pump pumps in the line here. It pushes on here. This is high pressure. This is low pressure. It pushes the piston back as the piston gets pushed back. It pushes this liquid up the hose and into the sump. And then you would push it back like that. The pump pushes through this line now, fills this one. This is high pressure. This is low pressure. Pushes back to the sump, and that's how a hydraulic cylinder works, in and out like that. So it's kind of neat. So that would add a lot of really cool stuff to the game, I think. Yeah. Sorry about that, guys. That's what happens when I don't see that when I'm off the chat. I don't get a ping. I don't get a message. That stuff too. Windmill turbine be turned to produce thrust and motor. Not really. Anytime you're doing big power transfers, you're running into an option. For example, I made not a windmill. It would be a wind turbine. Windmill mills grain, but wind turbine. I made it a couple videos ago. Let's get that up. It doesn't produce a ton of electricity, so you're taking up a ton of space for that. It's the same, like diesel electric works well at IRL. It doesn't work great in game. Anytime you do a power transfer, you're losing efficiency. Direct connection is always the most efficient. And it goes to such a level that, for example, Jesus Christ. For example, like, you know, I love motorcycles. It's like one of my geek out things. And so for motorcycles, one of the reasons why sports bikes have chains is chains are one of the most efficient transfers of energy for a motorcycle. It's pretty direct. You have one spline coming off of the engine that turns the main sprocket, and then it turns the drive sprocket, and then that wind turbine there produces like 2 S-watts at full wind. So like if we bang the wind up, that turbine produces 2 S-watts. So you're not making much to do it. So anytime so like for example, one of my motorcycles has a chain that most of the energy goes to the back wheel. The other motorcycle has a drive shaft. The drive shaft is very low maintenance. That's benefit of a drive shaft, but because so the drive shaft takes the gear off the engine and it turns at 90 degrees. So you have the engine. So you have the engine turning, and then the drive shaft moves 90 degrees to the engine, and then it goes back to the wheel, and it goes 90 degrees again. So you're turning the motion of the engine twice, and you lose a lot of power in that. And so anytime, like even in game, that you try to transfer power from one thing to the other, expect large losses. I'd have to engage the blades. I do. I don't know the blades engaged. So anytime you have to transfer that, so like if you're transferring force from one direction to the other, expect to lose a lot of efficiency. And so like if you were trying to turn this turbine to turn a propeller, if you're going to try to turn that propeller fast, it's going to cause you so much resistance that what it's going to do is it's going to do a braking force on your turbine here. So it'd be like I put a brake on that wheel. So let me see how much S-watts I'm getting off of this. So essentially the way you could quickly test that is if you look at your generator, I'm outputting 0.65 S-watts. That's it. That's all I'm putting out of that right now. So that's putting out 0.65 S-watts. So if you were to essentially put 0.65 S-watts through an electric motor to turn a propeller, and the way you could do that is battery, motor, propeller, generator, on a separate system. Like just take an electric motor, hook it to a generator, put it on a different system, have it turn at 0.65 S-watts, and then see how fast your propeller goes with the battery not losing any charge. That would be a quick test to see is it viable to do that, and generally it's not. I'm going to try. I got to finish up chat. I just got invited to dinner. I got to go in a minute here, but yep, you got to just keep practicing, Lonnie. The more practice, the better. Learning this after that. Just don't get ahead of yourself. Build something small that works, that's simple. You know, like some people come right out of the gate, they try to build the biggest ship they've ever imagined in their life with all the staterooms and this and that and that. It's like, you got to build a small boat that just floats, put an engine on it. Yay, I'm moving. Big accomplishment there. Then you might say, okay, well, I really don't like the size of that boat. I'll build my next hull. Build your next hull. Yay, I got that one moving. Okay, I want to build my next hull. Okay, yeah, I got that one moving. Okay, well, that doesn't behave well in the wind, so now I'm going to do a stability system. That's kind of how I work. Is it's very enticing to just go build the Titanic, and it's just like you're biting off more than you can chew sometimes. So it's nice to start slow. Yep, yeah, I'm reading Basilisk's comment about I usually get myself inspired by the real world, so I almost have some sort of stencil to follow. You know, when I get in kind of an inspiration block like I was, I really enjoyed the time off from Stormworks that I took playing Farming Sim because it inspired me to build some stuff. And PTOs and like the baler and the mechanical stuff was really, it was good. And you know, doing some other stuff gets you inspired. Like if I played some Kerbal, I'd be building me some space stations, you know. And it's not a bad thing stepping away from a game for a little while. And I think if it's frustrating, if your game's not fun, go do something else, and you'll want to play, and that's what's great. It's like, you know, the old expression, absence makes the heart grow fonder, is like, I really did not want to play Stormworks while the bullshit was going on, and I didn't, and now I do, and it's like, there's nothing wrong with taking a break, and it's good sometimes. Yeah, guys, sorry, I'm just seeing how long it was without that drawing, but I caught you guys up quickly, I think. What if the wheel was smaller? It would turn slower. So the diameter of the wheel on this wheel, it could turn faster theoretically, but the problem is I could try it. We could try it really quickly. Yeah, let's do that real test. The thing is the suspension needs to push on this hard enough, so we can only make the wheel so small. Let's try it. So like right now we're doing 0.71 S-watts. So let's recall this. So I see what Citrus is saying. So this is basic geometry, pretty much. If you think about, so the larger the circle, the larger the diameter of the circle, the faster it takes, right? Because the hub is moving at 1 RPS. The exterior is still moving at 1 RPS. So the hub is infinitely small, right? So let's say it's not just the hub. Let's say this hub is 1 centimeter in diameter. It's going to move... yeah, it does 1 rotation per second. Well, the exterior of the circle, if it's enormous, let's say it's 10 meters in diameter, that moves at 10 meters per second. The hub at 1 centimeter moves 1 centimeter per second. So the hub, the middle of this circle, is moving very, very slow. It's moving at 1 centimeter per second. The diameter, if it's 10 meters, moves at 10 meters per second. So in order to get this, so think of this as gearing. So what Citrus is saying is make the wheel smaller. If this wheel has a diameter of, what is it, 3 blocks? 3 blocks. So that would be, what, 0.75? 0.75 meters. So this wheel's at 0.75 meters. So this is how we upgear something. So this is how it works in a car. Your big torque wheel is this. This is a lot of torque. It has a large diameter. It's moving fast. And what we can do is, in order to get this moving faster, what we can do is we go and we decrease the diameter of this. Now, I might run into a problem where it's too small, it doesn't touch. If I decrease the diameter now, we look at the diameter, it's about 1.5 blocks. So it's a what does it be? 1.5, so what's that, 15? So we try 13, so 3.35 meters. So we'll see if it's touching. It might not touch enough. So we'll see if it's touching enough. It might not be touching, but theoretically, yeah, see, it's not touching. It's not touching anymore. So we can't do that, but we're at, let's see, where are we at? We're up, let's go up 1. Oh, shit, I didn't mean to do that. So let's increase the tire. What is that? 0.75 before? No, it was up 1, right? So let's go to 0.5. So that's half. So theoretically, that should be spinning twice as fast if it is at half. Oh, fuck. If it's at half the diameter. So this is basics. Like, this is a good visualization of how gearing works, if it will do it. But I need enough pressure. So that works. It's touching. I just need enough pressure that it's touching still. So we could probably go even smaller. So by making the tire smaller, we should be able to get more S-watts out of it. So, yeah, I still have not tuned this thing in. But yeah, like you can see there, we're going, what were we at before? 0.7. So, it's less than it was, but let's see the wind. Did I screw with the wind? I didn't. Let me make sure we're at full RPS here. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. This is why it's very hokey, because we're having to transfer in a funky way. And this is why I really like the ability to turn. Like, so I was talking about how we could do like a PTO. This system would run backwards. I would turn the hub of the pivot, and that hub would turn the torque connection. And so instead of doing this nonsense where I do wheels, which are likely slipping, I would then, instead of doing it that way, what I would do is the hub would turn, and it would turn just a straight generator. So let's see what it's doing now. Because this is not, we're close. So like if we went, increase this diameter, let's go 1 and 1.5. So we're increasing the tire. Actually, this, yeah. Trying to get a good visual representation of this, but it's tough because the wheel slipping game, if we had an actual PTO system, we could do this without me having to transfer from a large wheel to a tire. What we could do is we could just have the blades turning the shaft, which would then turn a torque connection, which would turn a generator. So I wouldn't need all this bullshit. And that's part of the problem, is we're running into a bullshit problem here. Yeah, see, we're still around. Still are in the same neighborhood. Yeah, so we're not really tire diameters. The other thing, too, is I might suspect that a tire diameter does matter, but, like, I could put a 5x... See, I can't get any slow. I could put a 5x5 on there to kind of accentuate it, but we're going to get tire slip at some point, so, you know, this is abusing game mechanics to a certain extent, so this type of thing I expect not to get really super-duper realistic results, because it's like, you have to worry about tire slip. If I put too much... like, for example, if I put too much suspension on there, if I went to 100% suspension, which would give me more pressure on the wheel, it will actually just stop it, or it will glitch, and the boat will literally fly in the space. Here, watch, I can show you that. So here, let's kill the wind for a second. I showed this a little when I was building this, but like if I went like this, let's actually load it up. Load it up, and instead we'll do this. So like right here at the tire, I have the stiffness set to 1. Watch what it does now. Bye. And that's all caused because of the wheel, because that's the wheel glitch. So when people use the wheel glitch, that's what they're doing, is they're pushing a wheel against another surface, and what it's doing is it's trying to push 2 collision masks through one each other in the game. 2 immovable objects cannot pass through each other, so it causes undesirable behavior or unexpected behavior, and it causes the boat to float and fly. And so that's why, like, there's a lot of things that are intuitive. Like, if you wanted this to actually produce more electricity, what do? Make a smaller wheel, and you increase the stiffness so it's pushing really, really hard so it never slips, and you increase the grip so the grip is incredibly high. and that way it would act like a gear, right? A gear doesn't slip, a gear is meshed, a gear, you can do the different diameters. You don't need suspension in a gear, but we can't do that because we have these unexpected behaviors or undesired behaviors in game. So that's kind of the best we can do until they do a PTO shaft, hopefully. I'll see you later, Citrus. It actually does not need an anchor. I'll show you something interesting. This is, again, an unrealistic feature of the game that actually makes this pretty easy. Watch this. You probably didn't see the video, Lonnie, but the I have a mooring block. It's going to get a mooring block when it goes out there. So it won't actually use an anchor. It will use a mooring, which is just a permanent anchor. So it doesn't have one itself because I don't want it to have to carry it, but you'll put a mooring block out there. All right, so this is a feature of the game where you don't have this IRL. It's not realistic, but you actually don't need, you can actually use this as an anchor itself. So the game equalizes the drag, or doesn't necessarily perfectly equalize it because you still have the wind pushes on the hull of the ship. But this acts almost like a sea anchor. So what happens is the blades are actually trying to pull us forward. And you notice our relative motion backwards is not as much as if I shut it off. So notice our relative motion backwards. See how slowly we're moving backwards? Okay. Now watch this. I'm going to feather the blades. So the blades are going to go flat where they don't do anything. And we'll start to move backwards faster. And so we actually start to move backwards a little bit faster because the blades, the game doesn't really simulate it properly. The blades, if they were tilted forward, they don't actually propel you forward, but in game they will. So it will actually cause you to not be pushed backwards as fast if your blades are up. So if I push the blades up, it should slow our motion. I could test that with linear speed sensor, but I'm not going to do it right now. But it will actually hold us in position a little bit. You'll notice as the blades come back in, we slow our movement backwards because the blades are actually, because the blades are spinning, they're trying to push us forward, which doesn't really happen IRL. You know, it just acts as drag. So you notice we're now moving slower away from the dock because the blades are pulling us towards the dock a little bit and counteracting some of the wind pushing on the hull. I'm not sure. It depends on how. Like I can't test that right now because the that is a bearing. I can't stop the bearing on it. But all right, guys, I gotta get going for dinner here. I'm gonna quickly read out. I want to read out all the members and special thanks to all the members here. So thank you to all the members. Thank you to Side Mountain, Connor Boyle, Danny, Sergeant Chaos, Aaron Repairs All, Citrus, and FS Gamer for being members. Appreciate you guys. Thank you to Chicken Soar for being a patron. If you guys are interested in any of that, you don't have to or feel obligated, of course. Down in the description, there is links to that stuff. Thank you guys for watching. Thank you guys to all the subscribers. Appreciate all you guys. And thank you guys for hanging out and being cool and just seeing what I'm working on today. So we'll see you in the next one.